Can you guys hear me now? Can you let me turn up the volume on my mic? Can you hear me? No. Really? Can you hear me now?
Good.
Hold on. Test 1, 2. We want everybody to be able to hear us all the way in the back. Is that better yet, guys?
Bad.
Still bad? Okay, let me just talk really loud like this. That better? No.
Mind the change the venue.
We're old. And deaf.
It's a bad combination, but it's better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
We can't hear you.
Anybody else playing for
We all came here, we can't hear.
Is it better now without?
Should we come closer?
Worse without the mic. Yes, it was.
Worse without the mic?
Yep.
They adjusted in the closet at all. Right.
Jason's just got better.
Okay, let me try Jason.
If the public can't hear us, we can't hold the meeting.
Okay, is that a motion to cancel the meeting?
No, I'd like to make sure the public can hear it.
Well, nobody's trying to start the meeting. We're just trying to have everybody hear us. So we're just checking to see if people can hear us right now. Nobody's trying to cancel a meeting.
Awesome. Not loud enough.
Not loud enough, guys?
No.
Okay, well. Closer to your face. Okay, is this better if I get really close to the mic? No.
Very
Is
sad.
it better if I get further from the mic?
No.
How about right in the middle? Is that better?
Oh. Oh, that's what they have in this thing.
I like that with Jim's.
You can hear it in the back.
Yeah.
I like it.
Can you hear me back there now?
Oh.
How about now? Okay, so you guys, the officers on the back wall hear us. Can you guys hear us?
Well, speakers back here that are turned on or something.
Okay.
We're just standing back and we could hear it and now we can't.
We can hear it. I mean, just speak really further the room.
Wow.
Testing, testing, just let me know when it gets on, guys. Testing, testing.
Right.
Is that any better yet, you guys? No. We've got a big speaker here. Okay, we're gonna try to hook up a big speaker, okay? Anybody has like a karaoke machine at the house, they can go grab it. Okay, try turning your mics off.
Yeah.
Off? Yeah, that's fine. See if mine gets louder.
Yeah, let's see if one of my gets the time.
I can't hear you.
Bother you guys. Anybody yet? Can we bring sponsorships here? I'm off. Okay, can you guys hear in the back? No.
You hear this?
Yeah.
Alright, so there's only one microphone, so we'll have Fred use this throughout the meeting. And then if we need someone, if someone's gonna speak extensively, we can hand this microphone off. We can try to use that microphone for matters from the public. If we can't hear, we'll pass this microphone out here. I apologize, this all worked very well earlier in the day.
Can everybody hear me back there? Excellent. I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Commissioner Kalo,
Here.
Commissioner Heisler.
Here.
Commissioner Cookie. Here. Commissioner Jacobson.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Neesensen.
There.
Commissioner Tisinga.
Here. Okay, so the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And to the republic, which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Like.
So I have a short greeting to read to start the meeting tonight. I want to begin by thanking the many citizens, neighboring Park District presidents, and the McHenry County Republican Committee for their encouragement as we pursue a new direction for the board. Our volunteer board is dedicated to serving the residents and taxpayers of this district, and we respect the right of the vocal minority to disagree with some of our decisions. That is how democracy works. What is not acceptable, however, is turning a policy dispute into baseless legal accusations. Several complaints were recently filed with the Illinois Attorney General claiming we violated the Open Meetings Act, alleging we voted improperly on discussion items, that we deliberated in private, that we failed to announce intended actions, and we conducted improper votes in committee of the whole. The Attorney General has now dismissed every one of these allegations. There's been 5 separate ones. We have all the copies up here. I wish to thank Carolyn Schofield, Leah Philpott, Danielle Flynn, Amanda Montford, and Natasha Tetzloff for bringing these charges. Their effort has fully vindicated this board and dispelled the cloud of suspicion spread by inaccurate press reports. I trust that the Northwest Herald and others will now give this exoneration the same prominence it gave the original sensational claims. Evidently, holding a different opinion is not illegal. DEI has also dominated recent headlines. The city of Crystal Lake, through several elected officials, have criticized our decision to rescind the district's DEI policy, yet the city has never adopted one of its own. If it would like, we have a spare copy it can use. Along with and this comes this comes along with the risk of violating constitutional guarantees of equal treatment regardless of race, color, or creed. The Park District will not endorse any policy that discriminates overtly or in reverse. We welcome everyone and refuse to sort, stereotype, or divide people by race. I also revisited Executive Director Jason Herbster's June 2020 note from the board, which asserted that executive orders carry the force of law. Quote, the Park District must follow them, end quote. Executive Order 14151, ending racial and wasteful DEI programs and preferencing, was signed on January 21, 2025. The question is not why this new board eliminated the DEI policy in May 2025, but rather why the district still had one at all. Does the Park District no longer view executive orders as binding? That is a curious, selective approach to compliance. Finally, some of our most vocal DEI advocates have attended meetings only to hurl racial labels at commissioners, calling us white men. Such language contradicts the very principles of respect and inclusion they claim to champion. In closing, our board may not vote unanimously on every issue, nor should it, but we will continue to deliberate openly and welcome dissenting voices. With that, let us proceed with tonight's agenda and public comments. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
No, that's not next up. Oh, yes, it is. I would like to remove 2 items from the agenda. Hold on. I would like to remove 2 items from the agenda. I would like to remove item 9, the annual rollover bond information from the agenda. May I use the microphone, please?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start over. I would like to remove item 9, the annual rollover bond information from the agenda. We are an $18 million a year organization. Bonds are complicated and sophisticated. We owe it to ourselves and especially owe it to the taxpayers to obtain our financial information only from licensed, vetted experts.
Yes.
Aaron Gold from Spear Financial will be presenting the same package that's contained in our board packets to the board in August. Aaron is the senior vice president with Spear Financial and a licensed qualified municipal advisor representative, Series 50, with the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. The Series 50 ensures that municipal advisor representatives possess the necessary knowledge and understanding of the municipal securities market, including relevant regulations and ethical considerations. Mr. Gold is a CPA with experience working as the Director of Finance for the Batavia Park District and working for DuPage County in various financial roles. Eric Anderson, who is scheduled to do the presentation today, is a lawyer who, according to his LinkedIn profile, works in the following areas: corporate, including not-for-profit, municipal, litigation, estates, and real estate. According to LinkedIn, he does not work in bonds or any financial specialties. If he had expertise in bonds, I'm sure he'd be the first to share. Eric bills the Park District and therefore taxpayers at $420 an hour. How can we justify paying Eric to work since he's not an expert and he's not licensed? Do we want the public to think? Do we want the public to think that we, the board, were even considering for a moment allowing Attorney Anderson to take over our bond business? And that this presentation was the first step? Or should we just be transparent and responsible and keep our bond business where it belongs, with a licensed specialist? 3 of the newest board members have never attended a bond meeting as a member of the park board. They deserve to learn about bonds from a qualified, licensed financial representative. We will have exactly that sort of presentation done for us in August by Aaron Gold, a licensed, qualified municipal securities advisor. Therefore, I move to strike agenda item 9, annual rollover bond information from the agenda. Roll call.
Yeah, you need a second for that.
I will second that. Commissioner Cagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler? No. Commissioner Hickey?
Can I ask a question now or no? Too late?
Too late.
No.
Richard Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Eastonson?
No.
Richard Zizinga?
No.
Motion does not carry.
All right, I move to remove consent agenda item C, ratifying the new board meeting dates from the consent agenda. Does anyone else notice how many times we've had to discuss the change in meeting dates since the current board majority approved change in board meeting dates?
That's just for approving minutes.
No, I still want to remove it from the consent agenda. How many times since the current board majority approved changing board meeting dates from the first and third Thursday of the month to the first and third Mondays? This is yet another example of how our current board lawyer, Attorney Anderson, has failed to correctly counsel the board. The board approved changing the dates of the first meeting of the current board on May 15th. The board majority voted to change an established meeting schedule that has served the community well for the last 15 years without specifying actual meeting dates. Hasty policy changes clearly have unexpected consequences. The issue of board meeting dates appears twice on tonight's agenda because the change was given insufficient consideration in both the scheduling and the legal requirements to implement the change. Therefore, I move to remove consent agenda item D from the consent agenda and move it to regular discussion.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Roll call.
We can't hear you, I'm sorry. I know, but you counsel the whole board here. You do not counsel Fred. No, you do not have client privileges. We are the client. We would all like to hear what you have to say, please. No, we would like to hear what you have to say.
Use the microphone.
You're out.
I don't know what you
I'm
said.
not gonna be browbeat, sorry.
Okay, then we'll find you. You're on. Everyone here, not here.
He's out.
Use the microphone. Can't hear me.
We can remove items from the consent agenda without a vote as a standard business practice of the meeting. So
we'll move that to the regular, the agenda now.
right, then we move on to item 8.
So I yield the microphone back.
So with that, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
No, I would like to make a motion to remove item 10, the presentation by Steve Wilson, the Northwest Health and Fitness. The presentation that he was planning on making. And I just want to point out that he is not a citizen living in Crystal Lake. He is a citizen living in Huntley. So therefore, he's not a resident. Presentations and primetime slots on the board meeting agenda are traditionally used to present in-depth information by experts. Mr. Wilson wrote a letter to the editor published by the Herald on July 12th opposing the purchase of the Healthbridge property. We already know what his personal opinion is on this matter, and he doesn't bring any expertise to it. We are concerned that if we allow him to present, that would allow every other citizen to come and present about something that they don't agree with, even though they live outside the city boundaries. So I think that it would be prudent to remove and strike that item 10 presentation from Steve Wilson from the agenda.
I second that.
Okay, roll call. Or any discussion?
Why is he on the agenda? Can I ask?
He's on the agenda to talk about the tax implications of buying Healthbridge and what that could potentially do. We need to be educated about it. That's why.
From a citizen, not an expert.
I think he's an expert.
But he doesn't live in the park district.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be expert level.
He's not an expert, and he already wrote a letter to the editor.
Okay, any other
Is
he a licensed
with this?
Rich has a question.
Go ahead, Rick.
What is his background? What is, I don't know who Steve is, that's what I'm asking. What's that?
Steve, you want to tell your background?
Sure. My name is Steve Wilson. I did live here for 40 years. My wife and I moved 2 years ago because we couldn't live in a 2-story house anymore, and we could not find a 1-story house in town. So I live in Sun City now. This is where I brought my children up. We lived here forever. I still have strong feelings about this. As far as my expertise, I spent 40+ years in the municipal finance business. I was director of research for the First National Bank of Chicago. I advised over 20 municipalities on over $800 million in finances. I was lead negotiator for the creditors in the Orange County, California bankruptcy in 1994, still the largest single bankruptcy by a county in the United States. And for the second half of my career,
I advise large institutional investors on their municipal finance holdings. Is that sufficient? I also have numerous, certificates because I had to be a municipal principal for the position that I have.
So this is a great example of why our agenda as presented to us today is not giving us enough information. If Mr. Wilson had been presented as an expert with some background of who he was, we could have saved some time and energy here.
Or you
But
could have
without
asked,
telling us why things are on the agenda,
or you could have asked.
what can we possibly
added on expertise.
Okay, do you wanna, are we still gonna vote? Wanna vote?
yes, let's vote.
Okay.
I made a motion. I mean, he made a motion and I seconded it.
Commissioner Heisler? I want you to move it from the agenda.
No.
Commissioner Hickey?
No.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Eastonson?
No.
Commissioner Cagle?
Yes.
Commissioner Tazinga?
No.
Motion does not carry.
Are there any other?
Yes, I have one other
You need
motion,
the microphone?
maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, I have one other motion to remove item 11, the presentation by Status Gnostics from the agenda. It has been made apparent to me that this might be an agenda from Dr. Tazinga. Apparently, after looking into it, it seems as if his brother is one of the people who is part owner of the company of diagnostics, which seems to be a conflict of interest. I just don't know exactly what kind of information we're going to get from that. I think we have plenty of opportunity to gain information in regards to making a decision of whether or not that's a prudent decision on Target's part. We haven't gone that far to even explore the even possibility of it yet. So I just think that's a little bit too extreme to try to use a status gnostic service to kind of help guide our decision. I mean, I know that it's used for people to decide whether or not a place to live is a good place for their kids and schools are good and all that. I don't think that that's necessarily the use of this particular purpose. So I move to remove item 11 from the consent agenda.
I'd like to comment on that, please. So Status Gnostics, if you go to their webpage, it says their data is obtained. The content included on the Status Gnostics platform, unless uploaded by users, is sourced from public domain or obtained through third-party data providers, such as the Census Bureau, the Realtor.com, and Zillow. Are we really inviting a company into our board meeting, taking our valuable time and reporting information from the census? Can we trust this information? I'm not sure. On their website, Status Gnostics states Status Tax is the parent company, Status Gnostics is LLC under them. Its officers, members, managers, employees, agents, successors, and assignees do not promise or warrant that Status Taxpayers Dashboard, Status Gnostics, or any of the data or material they encompass or provide is exhaustive, correct, or without inaccuracy. So who can we trust when it comes to the Park District's finances? Crystal Lake Park District has audited financials that have been recognized as outstanding. The Park District has received a certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association for several consecutive years. The award program was created in 1945 to encourage and assist state and local government to go beyond the minimum requirements for generally accepted accounting principles to prepare annual comprehensive financial reports that evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure, and then to recognize individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. The goal of the program is not to assess the financial health of the participating governments, but rather to assure the users of their financial statements have the information they need to do so themselves. So the real question is why? Why are we having a presentation from a company that takes public domain data and explicitly states that that data is not promised or warranted to be correct and without inaccuracy? The answer is simple. Because President Tasinga appears to have a personal agenda, unsupported by the majority of the board, undiscussed by the majority of the board, and is called in his brother.
Yes, thank
You have audited and awarded financial information should the board decide to dig in and look at taxes and revenues. Let's not choose to go down a dark and confusing path of listening to a data presentation not requested by the board, not explained on the agenda, created and using non-audited information that status gnostics themselves states may not be correct, exhaustive, or without inaccuracy.
So this presentation was brought about
No,
because,
okay, go ahead, you can comment. I'm sorry.
first of all, you're not recognizing you're out of order. You're not running this meeting. So this organization was brought to bear because I was told that my latest president's message that hasn't been released yet had inaccurate numbers in it. So when that happened, we audited the numbers that the park district showed us, and then we looked at actual census data, which is the stuff that they have to report to the government. They by law have to report the accurate numbers to the government. So I want to invite Andre to explain a little bit about status gnostics for a second, if you're here. Just grab the mic. Right up here.
We're not required by law to use the board of statistics.
I'm here from status gnostics and status gnostics. Can you hear me now?
Big mic.
Give them my. Hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of Fiscal.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Well, I was invited here today to verify some of the numbers. What my presentation was based on was on the CAFR, the chart audit, I believe, the comprehensive annual financial reports. And I wanted to basically show in a few minutes how certain numbers were presented. For example, in 2012, business type activities were not included in the totals. So that really skewed data over the last 10 years. Since these activities have now been reclassified in 2018 in order to be in compliance with the state. So if you would like me to present it, I can show you exactly how the revenue is going. And this, we only use the census data as verification. All the data that I have here is from this audited CAFR that's available on the Park District website.
Thank you. So his presentation is based on the CFR, which is public information available on our website, and I've been quite through the website quite a bit, so any other discussion? Okay, so big call.
We do need a second on that motion.
I seconded.
Mr. Hickey,
I don't.
we're going to remove it from the agenda.
You can remove it, yes.
Mr. Jacobson,
Yes.
Mr. Eastonson,
No.
Mr. Cagle,
Yes.
Mr. Heisler, Mr. Zizinga.
No.
Right, we
So
bring.
it doesn't carry, so it stays. Okay, any other comments before we approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any not in favor? Ayes have it. All right, matters from the public. The first person is going to be Steve Platt. This is kind of off subject, but
Can we give them the microphone?
oh, sorry.
Have him come up, and he's got to say.
Microphone, please.
This is kind of off subject, but I do like the monarch butterfly, myself, and the environmental defenders want to thank the Crystal Lake Park District for their participation in the National Wildlife Federation Mayor's Monarch Pledge. And it's important to preserve the monarch butterfly and creating habitat. That's what the park district does.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next person is Bruce Reza Keelix. Bruce.
Our deep appreciation for the Crystal Lake Park District is rooted in its programs, wonderful.
Lift it up, closer.
Our deep appreciation for the Crystal Lake Park District is rooted in its programs, wonderful staff, and cherished sites, including our treasured namesake lake. However, we now face a challenge that threatens the future of our beloved park district. We are witnessing decisions and actions that seem to prioritize private interests over public welfare, leading to a growing sense of concern among our community members. The people served by the Crystal Lake Park District deserve transparency and accountability in the management of our parks and natural resources. We are calling for a renewed commitment to putting public interest at the forefront of all district decisions. We demand that the new Crystal Lake Park District Board President, Frederick Tiesinga, and his voting bloc, Keith Wiesenson, Richard Hickey, and Jason Heisler, and their attorney, Eric Anderson, stop acting in their own interest and recenter serving the public in every decision they make. We ask our community that this is critical effort to safeguard the integrity of the Crystal Lake Park District. Our voice matters. We demand a transparent and accountable governance that truly serves the public interest. Our petition reads as follows. Use of taxpayer dollars and sticker fees to treat shoreline weeds on their private property, authorized at the June 5th committee of the whole meeting. Hiring an attorney and former park board member and friend at double the rate of the last attorney without proper documentation or request for proposal, authorized at the May 15th, 25 meeting. Canceling the park district's relationship with the Lake Ecology Advisory Committee and replacing it with a private shoreline property owners association without so much as a single conversation with the committee or the president of the SBOA, authorized at the June 5th committee of the whole meeting, making it harder for park board members to add to meeting agendas, authorized at the June 5th committee of the whole meeting. Confusing or misleading agenda items, examples marking items as for discussion only, then voting on them. June 5th committee of the whole meeting packet. Inadequate meeting space, the room is too small, overflow rooms had no sound, and had sound issues. The June 5th meeting, June 19th meeting. Canceling the park district's diversity, equity, and inclusion policy without any reasoning, June 5th committee of the whole meeting. You are here to serve us. You are on notice.
Mark Sparber.
I want to thank you for allowing me to talk. This is about Health Bridge, but then I have two things to talk about. But I have to tell you a story first. I've been living here since October of '90. And like I told you before, I used to work in Park District. Anyway, it came up for a levy vote. They wanted to build a pool at Woods Creek. It was going to be a 0-degree entrance. It's going to have everything for every age group. The Park District sent a very professional letter to all the taxpayers. And it showed you that they're going to sell higher bonds at a higher interest rate for lower interest rate bonds. And every taxpayer, every house was going to pay $2 for 3 years. So a total of $6 more. It got soundly defeated. The argument was that they were going to build 3 Oaks. Well, that was 13 years later. And I want to talk to you because you're going to try and talk about how horrible it is to raise taxes. We don't even have a community center in this town. If you look at all the growth that's going on all around, different houses, different condos, different apartments, there's going to be younger people that are going to have children. That's necessary. So you have to look at the big picture. And you should get advice and look. Another thing I want to talk about real quick, I know everybody has a lot to say. It has to do with your letter, President Hayes. Sorry, I'm shaking. I don't know why. I'm not really nervous. Just want this taken care of. It's very sad that we have to do this and talk like this. You should love the Park District. You should not just try and cut taxes. You know, it's important for the people. We're all taxpayers. Nobody wants to pay more taxes. I don't. But I look at the future. I'm retired. But I understand with growth, you have to present things for people. So thank you.
Okay, Tom Burning.
Good evening, I'm Tom Burdine, I'm a local attorney, do a lot of land use, do a lot of municipal government. I live at 242 Ron, I've lived there with my wife for 40 years. I wanna switch it up a little bit, I wanna give our deeply held thanks to the executive director, Jason Herbster, his leadership. The fine staff at the Park District to go to work every day to serve us. Yeah. So many parts of my life and my wife's life are bound up in the last 40 years on contributions by this Park District, its leadership teams, and the members of the board who served us up until now. I'm certain that many others tonight are here for the same reason as I am. Whether it's Betts Acres or Stearns Woods with our dogs, attending soccer games when our 3 children were of soccer age in Liverpool, playing at West Beach or Main Beach with our first 3 children and now our grandchildren, swinging and using the splash pad at Betts Acres, who my grandchildren call affectionately Grandma's Park. Cross country at Stearns, kayaking on Crystal Lake, and I had forgot the community concerts that this wonderful group of people who represent us, who work for us, present every Tuesday night during the summer. All of these experiences are embedded in our family's lives and are an integral part of what all of my family is about. Joy and I and our grandchildren attribute these blessings to Jason, the executive directors who preceded him, and the fine staff that they have been able to hire and retain and get to work for us. Now, I understand that the good people at the Park District who have made this possible are not feeling the love from this newly elected board, who, by the way, was not even challenged in an election. You know, that's on us, people. This is like that George Santos situation where nobody was paying attention and we get these three new incumbents. And then the, the bargain of bringing Eric Anderson in as the attorney at $150 more an hour than what a very well-respected Park District attorney was charging our district. So I can see you're not feeling the love, but I want you to know and everybody who works for the Park District that that's why all of us are here. And it's not a well-kept secret that the board is going behind closed doors to talk about.
Your time is up. Thank you.
To talk about Jason, and I warn you that it is gonna have serious and grave consequences if you do anything
Tom, your
to
time
make
is up.
him
Thank you very
uncomfortable
much.
about staying.
Pizza.
Thank you for your time. Michelle Hartman.
Hi, so my name is Michelle Hartwig, and many of you know me as the president of the Crystal Lake Parks Initiative Foundation. And others of you know me as the owner of Ordinary Meal Racing. And we've been putting on races at Veterans Acres since 2012. And I want to discuss a lot of the positive things that I see within our community. First, I wanted to share about the Crystal Lake Parks Initiative Foundation. We are a nonprofit board of volunteers that are passionate about our community. And we believe the Park District is already doing an astounding job as it is, but we're here just to enhance it a little bit more. Right now, a passion for us is working on raising money for at-risk children, specifically to participate in park programs with scholarship money that they may not be able to do the programs without it. Our current fundraiser is the glow in the dark mini golf outing, and we want to invite all the board members to come to that. It's on September 6th. And then we also set up here for all the community bands every Tuesday, and we would love for you to stop by our booth. And second, I also wanted to tell you a little bit about Ordinary Meal Racing. And the first race that I put on at Veterans Acres is called Earth Day Trail Race. And we've been hosting that annually since 2012. And at the time, I was training on those local trails, and I very seldom saw anybody else out there running. So I went to the Crystal Lake Park District to talk to them about putting on trail races. And since then, we now have the Frozen Gnome and Soul Crusher races. And we literally have runners that come from all over the country that do the races every single year since 2012. And we also our business is based in Crystal Lake, and we employ 4 people that live in Crystal Lake. And we rent Grand Oaks for our volunteer party every year. We had over 100 people at that. And because of our various races, I'm able to give back to the community as a financial donor. And we donate to various nonprofits and organizations that benefit outdoor space. In 2024, I donated over $11,000. So tonight I have a request on the consent agenda for the 2026 races at Veterans Acres. And I just wanted to be here in case you have any questions. I've gone over the permit. We haven't made any changes over the years. And then I also want to say our parks are truly outstanding. And thank you to all the past and current board members. I recognize you and respect that this is a volunteer position, and you have been entrusted with looking over our parks that many of us consider the most valuable part of our community. Thank you.
Carvel is next. Bill, are you here? Bill Carvel?
Bill Carvel, I live at 1167
North Shore. We affectionately call it the last house on the left. I'm a SPOA board member, and and am on the Lake Ecology Advisory Board, Advisory Committee. And I just wanted to encourage this board, and I worked for many of you as candidates, to encourage cooperation. I sense that we've created, you can just feel the tension in this room. We can get a lot more done working together than fighting each other. And we got a lot more in common together as residents of this community than we have things that separate us. So I commend past boards and past management. We have one of the finest lakes in the country and certainly in the state. And I want to say when I first moved here in 2017, it was pitchforks and fights between the park district and people on the lake. And we've moved past that. It's time to put pitchforks down on both sides. What we've accomplished in the last few years on this lakefront by working together, we have eliminated needle milfoil, which was taking over the whole lake and ruining. We've cooperated together and gotten a harvest for the first time. So instead of having a few days a year, we can now maintain the lake. It looks beautiful, which is a little work, that's okay. In addition to that, we've established user-based fees so the people that use the lake support the lake rather than taking it from general revenues. And I would just like to say that we should destroy the base that we put in place. Let's build on it. I would like to thank Jason personally, because I was a pitchfork guy initially, and I had lots of emails that I could share with him who would show it, but he listened. And we found ways to cooperate together, and the lake is a lot better today than it was when I moved here in 2017. Thank you.
Hi, are you here? You bet. I wouldn't miss it.
Here.
First, thank you, Jason Herbster, for all you've done all these years. Thank you, staff, for all you've done. And I'm gonna tell you guys, some of this staff, some of the people that work here are walking on eggshells. They're frightened for their jobs. Fact. Today, I did what I do once a month. And that is, I went to Dr. Tiziga's hometown, where his other residents in Oak Brook, and I have lunch with my 96-year-old uncle at Ditka's. And we laugh and giggle and spend about 2 hours, and such a great time. I say this because after I got done, I thought, you know, I'm 10 minutes from Hinsdale. I grew up in Hinsdale. And Hinsdale, when I was growing up in the 60s and in the 50s and 60s, had a great community center. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go down there and just check it out. I couldn't believe what I saw. I'm walking around inside this building, inside this facility. There were 150 seniors playing cards. There were kids practicing for a play. There were kids playing basketball. There were kids in a culinary school. And I can go on. The place was rocking, absolutely rocking. And I thought to myself, as I'm walking around, I saw this guy in the office. And so I decided to just go in and say hi. The gentleman's name is Dan Janowicz. He's been the executive director at the Hinsdale Community Center for 20 years. So I told them about Health Wish, and his jaw just dropped. I said, it's an 80,000 square foot facility that can be purchased for $4.2 million. Do the math on it. I've said this at the last meeting, I'm gonna say it again. That's $50 a square foot, folks. $50 a foot for 80,000 square feet on 8 acres that's improved. You can't build a garage for that. So here's an opportunity. We've got the vision, we can make this happen. On top of that, I have a gentleman that's willing to donate $1 million to this program.
Yeah, I gotta stop you.
I know.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
I have to do it to everybody.
Doctor, let me finish.
I know you can be there, but we're stuck with that.
I allow Mr. Anderson to talk. I allow Mr. Anderson to talk at my meetings. You can do the same. And I'll make it brief. This is an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. And I don't care if a gentleman from Huntley says it's a bad deal, it's a white elephant. It may be a white elephant, but it's a $4 million white elephant that can really do a lot of good for this community. It's about vision, folks. This is about vision. And I've got $1 million, I'll get another $1 million out of this deal. Everything can happen. This is an easy, this is a no-brainer. It may be a white elephant to this gentleman. I look at it as an opportunity.
Exciting, thanks for coming to the meeting. Sarah Zelensky.
All right, hi, I'm Sarah Zelensky. I live at 262 College Street. I am a local disability advocate. I come by this because I have 2 disabled brothers and I also work within the disabled community. I wanted to come and speak today because I was able to come to the board meeting on June 5th. After I had received notice that the Park District was going to be discussing their DEI policy. As a disability advocate within this community, I wanted to be sure that I was in attendance to hear what was going to be discussed, to then be able to share the information with my local disabled community. To clarify, well-written DEI policies protect all marginalized communities, not just based on race. And I read the Park District's DEI policy, it was well-written. Much to my surprise, this policy was barely discussed and rather was immediately voted on to remove the policy. Along with the policy being voted on during the June 5th meeting, the comments made by 4 board members that voted to remove this policy made my skin crawl. Comments made reference training costing money, possibly losing money, funding, and Park District staff being fine without such a policy in place, and discussing the current federal government administration. These comments came with no discussion being allowed, no data to back up these comments, and absolutely no regard for the communities that this policy impacts if removed. DEI policies are in place to protect people, the people that this Park District is supposed to be serving. Instead, these newly elected board members chose to remove a policy through a vote at a committee of the whole meeting, without any input or discussion with the community, and without any data to back up their claims. I just want to leave all of you with something to think about. The disabled community is a community that anyone can join at any time. Disabilities span ages, span genders, sexualities, privilege, underserved, and minority communities. If any of you board members happen to join this community, I would think you would want to be sure your rights were protected.
Beth Ryan is next. Beth Ryan.
Hello, my name is Beth Brennan. I am here tonight to show my support for the Park District as an institution and for the employees. I have lived in Crystal Lake for my entire life, so the Park District has played an important role in my life for nearly 56 years. As a child, I enjoyed the parks and the beaches in the summer and sledding and skating at Beth's in the winter. As a parent, when my children were young, money was tight, but the Park District offered affordable ways for them to learn to swim, to try ballet gymnastics, to play t-ball. Just recently, I physically benefited from affordable yoga classes held at West Beach. While we do not live on the lake, we do keep our kayaks in dry storage at West and pay for the privilege of using the lake and the boat launch, which is currently our right as citizens of Crystal Lake. I currently serve as the director of a library in a town that does not have a park district. Therefore, the burden of providing programs and activities for our citizens largely falls to us, and it can be a daunting job. The employees of the Crystal Lake Park District should be commended for the outstanding job they do of not only maintaining our excellent parks, but also providing a plethora of programs for citizens of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds, keeping prices affordable and doing so with great kindness and efficiency. Out of curiosity, I did a quick Google search on the history of the Park District and found that it was established in 1921 out of community concern that public access to the lake and beach would be lost to private ownership. I implore our commissioners to remember that they were elected to serve all of the residents of Crystal Lake.
John Collins is next. John Collins.
Good evening, thank you, Board President, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Don Collins, 529 Monarch Drive in Crystal Lake, but a 25-year resident of the Park District. I want to begin by making it clear I'm not speaking as a member of the McHenry County Board, nor am I representing the views in any way. I'm here as a private citizen and a resident of the Crystal Lake Park District. I want to respond directly to the narrative that's been shared, or will soon be shared, in the letter from the president of this board to the taxpayers of Crystal Lake Park District, that the local taxpayers are shouldering unfair and growing share of the Park District's costs. That story sounds compelling, but the facts simply don't support it. Let's start with the big picture. From the data that comes from the Park District's 2024 comprehensive audit, which is an audited statement. Since 2015, the value of taxable property in our district has increased in value from $1.27 billion to nearly $1.97 billion. That's a 55% increase in those years. That growth reflects something important. People want to live here. They value what our community offers, and that includes the parks, programs, and public spaces that define our shared quality of life. Now, here's the part you won't hear in the president's message, that our tax rate has gone down, not up. In 2015, the Park District's effective tax rate was 0.5582. Today, it's 0.4500. That's a 19% decrease in the amount you pay per dollar of property value. That means our tax burden has become more efficient, not more expensive. Some argue that you're paying the bills for other people, but out-of-district users actually pay higher fees to participate. That's not just a policy, that's equity in action. And yes, you'll hear about salaries and wages increasing, but so is the state minimum wage, from $8.25 to $15 between 2012 and 2025. With 421, or 85% of the employees of the Park District being part-time, It's not surprising wage costs have increased. Paying fair wages for quality service isn't wasteful. It's responsible. But let's address the heart of the message. That is, and will be pushed by our president and his members on the board. You're gonna be asked whether you use a park district or just paying the bills for others. You'll be warned that taxes are a condition of keeping your house. That kind of rhetoric is misleading, divisive, and frankly inappropriate. This is a false choice and a fear tactic. It tries to make neighbors feel like victims, or worse, like someone else is getting a free ride. But that's not how public service works. That's not how public services work. You may not use every walking trail, baseball field, or summer camp, but those are shared resources that raise everyone's property values, support public health, reduce crime, and build a community. The park district's budget isn't a threat to your home. It's an investment in your neighborhood. The real question is whether we want to flatline or cut. The real question is, do we want to preserve the spaces and services that make Crystal Lake a place we're proud to call home? Let's not accept a narrative that pits us against each other, taxpayers versus users, residents versus non-residents. That's not community, that's division. Let's instead demand honest budgeting, real transparency, and a shared commitment to maintain the values of the place we live.
Thanks, Sharon.
You brought up earlier
The
the,
speaker is Greg Kowalewski.
the OMA request for review, there's still one outstanding, they're not all been resolved yet, still one outstanding. And you also brought up the McHenry County Republican Party. I recognize there's people here from all different parties that represent the county. This is a nonpartisan board. The other political party was inappropriate in this forum. Thank you.
My name is Greg Kowalewski. I'm chairman of the Lake Ecology Committee. I just wanted to report that 2 weeks ago, we had our meeting and a report was sent to all of you. I hope you had a chance to read it. I wanted to address two highlights in that report, two recommendations from the DNR. One was to replace some of the fish nurseries in the lake with Shelby cubes. I won't go into the details of that, but for a small amount of money, the anglers have agreed to construct these, put them in the lake to replace some of the deteriorating fishery nurseries. The DNR also suggested that a carp derby be held, as the carp are invasive and are a danger to the lake. We put in our report that we're suggesting the park district would be a good vehicle for sponsoring something like this. We have volunteers also that would help organize that. We would like to, as the Lake Ecology Committee, to know what the procedure might be for seeing some of these recommendations come into fruition. We're not sure if we deal straight with the executive, if we should be putting these proposals straight to the board, if we should be doing a combination of both, who we should be following up with. In the past 4 years, we've been working with Jason Herbster. He's been a wonderful guy, and the lake is so much better for all the support he's given us and the ecology that's been done on the lake. So we would love to keep working with him, but I know I talked to some of you and there was some question as to how we should proceed. So if you have a moment, discuss that, give us some direction. I would also like to comment about how supportive the park district staff has been. Eric has been working with Bill Carvel on all the weed control in the lake. And I know work with all the people trying to get stickers with improper registration. And I'll join everyone else in commending the park district staff and Jason for their good work. I see there's a lot of community involvement here, which is good. But it saddens me that the genesis of this is frustration, anger, disappointment. in some of the people that we elected. I hope going forward, after all these comments, that this board will find a way to govern by avoiding conflict, by not seeking controversy, but taking input from the public and giving some consideration to what they're doing, more consideration to what they're doing, as obviously what's been done now is not working. So thank you for your time.
Next is Michelle Thymos.
Hello, my name is Michelle Phineas and I live on Second Street in downtown Crystal Lake. I want to reference my friend Bruce's comments earlier. He spoke earlier, expressed some concern about the behavior of the park board. And as much as the president would like for people to believe that this is a vocal minority, it's actually not. That speech that Bruce read is 999 people signing on to a petition. But anyway, I've been following the board's actions closely because President Cicenda and his voting bloc don't seem to want the public involved in their decision making. Recently, I submitted a Freedom of Information Act request with the park board for Fred Cicenda's email communications regarding park board business. I received a startling draft of the public message from the board's president. In this message, Mr. Cicenda seems to imply that staff are getting paid too much, users of the park district are not paying enough, and taxpayers are not enjoying the services provided by the park district. You can find that letter on page 146. In the draft letter, you ask that taxpayers let you know if we like the services we're receiving, and if we'd like to see less funding for the park district. Well, I'm here to tell you that I think the park district provides excellent services for my tax dollars and at only 5% of my tax bill. I regularly enjoy Veterans Acres Park while walking my dogs. I've had the pleasure of learning to sail from one of those employees that you're concerned about paying too much. And I find comfort in knowing that if I have kids one day, they will be able to go to summer camp and enjoy spending most of their time outside, interacting with kids, learning how to swim, kayak, and many other incredible skills. The room for improvement that I see, though, is with this board. Some examples that I've seen of this board exhibiting poor judgment when it comes to our taxpayer dollars are from June 5th. When Cicenda, Eastonson, Hickey, and Heisler voted to replace the debris screen on the lake's pier, making it better for powerboating, and without knowing how much it would cost. We now know that it could cost up to $30,000 and is an unbudgeted expense. Another example is on May 15th, when Cicenda, Eastonson, Hickey, and Heisler voted to hire a new attorney, Eric Anderson, who is their friend and a former board member, without knowing his rate. And it turned out to be twice as much as our previous attorney. And the third example I will leave you with is on June 5th, when Cicenda, Eastonson, Hickey, and Heisler instructed Hay and Associates to treat lake weeds all along the shoreline, including on the private property of Cicenda, Eastonson, and Eric Anderson. Park district resources were used, and private property owners were told they would receive refunds if they had already paid for treatment. And so I'd like to know, what's the message really about? Doesn't seem like it's about providing the best services for our community.
The next speaker is going to be David Bradburn. David Bradburn is next.
Good evening, my name is David Bradburn and I live on Second Street. I'm curious if we will be getting a list of the names of private shoreline owners who have agreed to have the park district take care of their private shoreline at the public park district's expense. I would like to know the names of these underserved individuals who so desperately need park district dollars to survive so that we can add them to our thoughts and prayers list. So that they can find a job and get off the park district's welfare system. You know, pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Oh, and lastly, do I invoice the park district correctly? the board, or the SPOA for the yard work that I need to get done on my own.
Carolyn Schofield is next. Carolyn.
Carolyn Schofield, and I first want to thank you for pronouncing my name correctly in your opening remarks. But you obviously don't know me well if you think calling me out publicly will deter me from voicing my opinion. Well, as an elected official, I sat quietly receiving much public criticism at times, but never have I seen an elected official call out a member of the public by name. I served on the Fiscal City Council, which is a nonpartisan board, and for over a decade I was an elected Republican. I say this because this is a nonpartisan board. Partisan politics should never be brought into your conversations. And your comments tonight display the worst of what is going on in our country right now. Yes. We cannot bring our parts into that. And now to your comments. That while the Public Access Counselor concluded there were no violations of the Illinois Open Meetings Act in regards to my request, I would like to point out that the last line in the report stated, and I quote, "This office notes that the board could better inform the public by providing clear indication on its agendas of its expected course of action with each agenda item." You seem to have missed that point. Given this advice by the Office of the Attorney General, this month's agenda continues to lack any indication of action on items 14 through 20. Providing no indication of action implies that they are for informational purposes only, particularly when this board has historically provided the specific actions on all agenda items prior to May 15th, 2025, seating of the new board. While this is legal, it is questionably ethical and definitely not fully transparent. So what has changed since the first half of that May 15th meeting? 3 new board members with little to no government experience have been seated. The board voted to change the responsibility of the agenda preparation from the executive director to the board president, and a new board attorney has been hired. While your new attorney stated that the agenda postings are adequate and meet the requirements, do you really want to set your governing standard at the minimum legal requirement in the state of Illinois? Your own work policy sets your standards higher, and your executive director has been meeting those standards. While this is not legally enforceable, it does go to your morals and ethics, where you actually hold yourself accountable to your adopted policies. I mention your executive director because he's done an excellent job. Elected officials come and go. The staff and administration are the ones that create the continuity. They know the level of search that is expected. They know the history, and they are there to help realize the future that you envision. Jason and staff have done an excellent job. I encourage you to listen to them.
Hi again. My name is Debbie Gallagher. I live at 690 Country Club Road, and I want to thank you all for serving and allowing engineering be a part of a wonderful park district that I love. I do have one serious question. I'm wondering why you elect a part-time resident without any park board experience as the president. There are 6 full-time residents serving on the board. 4 of them have years of experience as a commissioner. They also have had children in our park programs and Crystal Lake schools. They have been teachers, lifeguards, and beach managers. They're volunteers at teacher associations, youth sports, leagues, soccer coaches, baseball coaches, garden clubs, running clubs, local races, and local festivals. They've attended a Crystal Lake School musical or concert or high school football game.
Some graduated high school here and are lifelong or longtime residents. They are invested in our community, and most importantly, they live in our community full time. They call it home. So, can you say the same for the president? His wife signed into the May Park board meeting using their Oak Brook address. I'm guessing that's where she considers home. But which one is it for him? Where does he tell people he lives? Does his driver's license and passport say Oak Brook? His homestead tax exemption is on his Oak Brook home. So which community do they consider home? Crystal Lake or Oak Brook? We need a president who is invested in our community and involved enough to know what the residents want and love. In the best interest of the residents you serve and to guide this park district into the future, please reconsider your decision. And put one of the other 6, a full-time resident, in the president position to represent you. Someone who you know considers Crystal Lake home. It's not too late to make a change. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Joy Burton, lifelong resident of Crystal Lake. My family moved here in 1959. I grew up, as a lot of us in this room, enjoying our parks and all the happiness they brought to me. Not just me, but my 3 kids and now 2 grandchildren. How lucky I am to be from Crystal Lake. And what a treasure our namesake lake is. The crown jewel of the Crystal Lake Park District. Just look at that. I mean, that is amazing. So I'm gonna ask you guys, Crystal Lake Park Board, what do you have to? 4 of you live on or 1 lot off. And it appears your agenda is to make our lake your personal playground. Firing Mr. Puma, he had a stellar career as the Park District Attorney, and replacing him with Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, who just so happens to live on the North Shore. By the way, Mr. Puma charged $275 for his legal counsel. Mr. Anderson, $430. That's our money, folks. And I ask each of you, how do you want to be remembered? For creating your own private lakefront where you're free to do whatever you want? Or maintain the integrity and mission of the Crystal Lake Park District to bring recreation to all of our citizens? The lake belongs to all of us, not just the lucky few who happen to have a home on our beautiful namesake lake. I'm quoting here from your mission statement under the heading Integrity. The district acts with honesty and integrity to build trust and transparency with our community, board, and staff. I'm asking you to stop the backroom shady deals that reek of an old boys club. Treat your elected office with the respect and dignity it deserves. You represent us, our community of over 40,000. Do what's right. Create a legacy your children and grandchildren will be proud of. This goes out to you, Mr. Heisler. I didn't vote for it because I knew you. I voted for your name. I have bought shoes from your grandfather and father for 68 years. My children's first walking shoes, my mother-in-law's orthopedic SAS shoes came from Heisler's. So instead of the shameful path you're stated down, create a legacy you can put your name on. Thank you.
Yeah, skin. Is this on?
What?
Not really loud. How about that?
No, it's not.
Just turned it off. Now?
It's off.
Okay.
Steve will help you talk.
It's not activated. At the last meeting, I suggested that if the mayor of Crystal Lake wanted to have health rate, the Crystal Lake would buy it. Now he said he's got $1 million and he thinks he can get a second million. He doesn't have to have, he and the city council do not have to have a referendum to borrow money. They're a whole new unit. The smart district does have to have a referendum. Now I would predict that it would fail if you put it on. I would also like to talk about item number 10. Back in 1990, in the mid 1990s, park districts under the tax cap were not allowed to issue non-referendum bonds. In 1994, I killed the bill that would have allowed park districts to again issue bonds without a referendum. In 1995, the park districts beat me back and got the ability to issue bonds without a referendum. It acts like a rollover credit card where you pay the minimum amount and then you can borrow the same amount the next year. Now, I may not be quite stating it correctly, but the new board majority has the ability not to issue non-referendum bonds. If you have a list of capital projects you want, put it on a referendum and let the voters tell you whether they agree or not. Well, that will really cut our tax rate.
Next is Lori Woods.
Good evening. Did you turn it on? Is it working now? Okay, yes. My name is Lori Woods, and I'm the secretary of the Woods Creek Homeowners Association. I would like to address the board regarding the Woods Creek drain pipe ownership and repair responsibility. Apologize for my voice. At April 17th, 2025 Park District Board meeting, Mark Kovac, president of the Woods Creek Homeowners Association, addressed the board to share concerns the HOA had regarding drain pipe in need of repair within the Woods Creek Park. Following his remarks, Mr. Kovac was informed that a solution was being developed. However, over 13 weeks have passed since that meeting with no proactive outreach from the Park District to the HOA. The only contact was a response to Mr. Kovac's May 8th email, in which the Park District stated that research into the matter was still ongoing. In light of the recent Park District board election and the possibility that new board members may not be fully informed about the issue, I'd like to provide a brief summary. The Woods Creek subdivision was developed in early 1990s. As part of the approval process, the city of Crystal Lake required the establishment of a homeowners association. One of the primary purposes of the HOA is to make residents financially responsible for specific storm drain pipes within the subdivision. One such pipe runs north to northwest from the intersection of Timberwood Drive and Willow Creek Drive through an easement into Woods Creek Park and terminates at a large pond at the north side of the park. Earlier this year, the pipe was found to be in need of repair. The Park District contacted the HOA requesting that it make and pay for the repair. However, through a series of events and discussions involving the HOA, the Park District, and the city of Crystal Lake, it was discovered that during the redevelopment of the Woods Creek Park over a decade ago, the Park District had installed multiple inlet connections to this pipe without notice or seeking permission from the HOA. By integrating these connections, the Park District effectively assumed ownership of the pipe. Despite this, the Park District now expects the HOA, and by extension, the residents of Woods Creek subdivision, to bear the full cost of repairs. The HOA finds this unacceptable. Rather than waiting for the Park District to propose the resolution, the HOA is offering 3 options to resolve the matter. Option 1. May I continue?
If you 10 more seconds.
Park District assumes ownership. In this option, Park District formally accepts ownership of the drain pipe, completes the necessary repairs, and assumes all future maintenance responsibility. This option is most logical, as the pipe is entirely within the park and has been used by the Park District for over 10 years without authorization.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Ian Philpott.
Don't forget to use sugar.
Thank you.
Thank
You hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep close. My name is Ian Philpott. I serve on the Crystal Lake City Council, but I'm not here as a representative of council. I'm here as a Crystal Lake president. A lot of the comments that have already been made covered what I was going to talk about, so I'm going to cover some of the points that may not have been made. There was mention within one of the agenda items, the president's messages about information on outside users. I would be very interested in seeing the data on outside users and who are residents that are using Main Beach versus non-residents. I know there are different fees for that, so it'd be great to see if there was any counting for that. Additionally, people using programs. If anybody pays with a credit card, then at the minimum you have a zip code tied to that credit card. You might be able to track where those residents live. I think that would be really helpful to better understand who those outside users are, where they're coming from, and if there is a way to figure out sort of in-district and out-of-district cost planning. I think that'd be great. People cover a lot of things. The weird project, I'm a little confused on that. I'm not sure entirely who that benefits. And somebody else had mentioned the fact that it's an unbudgeted $30,000 expense. And so I am a little concerned that if we're talking about fiscal responsibility, then also saying, but we'll spend $30,000, it'd be helpful to understand the public impact. Who are the people that benefit from that? And is that $30,000 spent on just a couple of people that are benefiting from it? Or is there a larger group that's allowed to benefit from that? The last thing I'll say, and Ms. Brady sort of made this point a little bit already for me, but these people in this room aren't here just because they want to be here on Monday night. They're here because they are very passionate about Crystal Lake and its park district. I myself am very passionate about it. My family has a background serving on the park board. My great-grandfather is Clarence Mickey's son. He has a set of fields at Little named after him. My great aunt, my grandmother's identical twin sister, served on the park board. She was the first female park board member and the first female park board president. She has a softball field at Veterans Acres named after her. The park bug did not bite me, so I'm serving on city council. But it's important to leave a legacy, and not just because you want to be the one to contribute or you want to be the one to make an impact. You make those decisions because there are generations that will come after. I've been blessed to have had generations before me within this community, but I don't make decisions for myself at the city level. I make decisions for my kids and my grandkids and my great-grandkids, because I see the decisions that my great-grandparents and my grandparents made for me.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Brad Tennessee.
How are we doing on volume? Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad Tennessee, and I live at Sunset Terrace, Crystal Lake. As someone whose family has served this community before me, I believe we owe it to residents to ask tough questions when accountability from our elected leaders feels out of reach. The lake belongs to all Crystal Lake residents. Yet this board continues to focus heavily on keeping lake matters in the hands of those who reside on it, while other important concerns for the park district are underplayed. Are all residents' concerns being heard through your recent actions, President Tazinda? Crystal Lake didn't become a great place to live by embracing exclusivity, inequality, or uniformity. Our shared resources, especially the lake, reflects the inclusive spirit this town was built on. That's why the lake wars of the 1990s still resonate. A time when the community came together to protect public access. We shouldn't return to that kind of conflict. Today, we're seeing a version of those tensions reemerge. This time through legal and financial decisions that deserve a little more public scrutiny. So again, all of this drama that's been drummed up in the past few months, who is it really benefiting? This doesn't look like public service. It looks like a closed circle of influence, and this community deserves better. Honest answers, transparency, and a board that serves all residents, not just a privileged few. Thank you.
May I borrow this for a second to see if it looks size? Mike or Billy, you're a maybe. What do you think, Mike? Are you gonna speak? Virgilio? Yes, Virgilio.
If it's possible, I'd just like to give my time to the HOA meeting. Is that okay? I'd like to hear the three.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Option 2, zero cost of disconnection. Repeat option 1. Please, thank you. Certainly. The park district assumes ownership. For this option, the park district formally accepts ownership of the drain pipe, completes the necessary repairs, and assumes all future maintenance responsibilities. This option is the most logical, as the pipe lies entirely within the park and has been used by the park district for over 10 years without authorization. Option 2 is the shared cost with disconnection. With this option, the park district disconnects all inlet pipes, shares the current repair costs with the HOA, and compensates the HOA with a one-time usage fee for the unauthorized use of the pipe to date. The exact amount of usage would need to be determined. The HOA would continue to assume responsibility for future repairs moving forward. Finally, option 3, shared cost with continued use. In the final option, the park district keeps its inlets connected to the pipe, shares the current repair cost of the HOA, and provides a one-time usage fee for unauthorized past use and an ongoing annual usage fee for future use. Again, the exact amount of usage would be determined. Under this arrangement, the HOA will continue to assume responsibility for future repairs. The Woods Creek HOA represents more than 500 homes. Our residents deserve a timely and equitable resolution. The HOA is prepared to fulfill all responsibilities outlined in its governing documents and bylaws. We respectfully request that the park district do the same by acknowledging its role in the use and de facto ownership of the drain pipe in question. We look forward to a collaborative and prompt resolution. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that includes comments from the public.
I was on the list. Did you check yes? I tried both. I was the first one on the list. Can we speak if we didn't check yes?
Sure.
Then thank you.
Maybe other wants to speak, come up and introduce yourself. We don't know who you are.
Okay. Thanks.
My name is Ron Orris, and I live right in the middle of the lake on the North Shore, and I've been a very blessed person by being able to live here almost all my life, except I left when the 80s happened, and all all of a sudden, all this problem came up with the lake. I came back in 1999. And everything was solid, everything was great for a while, and, I'm here to talk about the history. If you don't know history, you're bound to repeat it. Okay? Back in the day, they rolled Indian heads down Virginia Avenue. The history of Crystal Lake is very, very special, and it goes a long, long way. And I was able to crawl around and live my life in this lake as a historian, as a person that listened to the people playing pianos and stuff on the lake. I was able to listen to all these people, and the history of Crystal Lake goes back to where there is a lot of kind of bad stuff. You know, KKK was really heavy here. Jews were put down, Mexicans were put down, everything. I mean, if you look at the history, you go back and look. I don't want to repeat that again. And so the history of Crystal Lake goes back a long way. I think if you look back at the history of it, you'll find that the Park District has been very, very instrumental on keeping the area alive. And it always had, the DEI thing is really upsetting to me. If you don't know history, you're bound to repeat it.
Jason, you don't need to start the 3-minute thing. I'm familiar with that. My name is Mike Renner and I'm a resident of Cary. You might be wondering what the heck am I doing here tonight? So before I go into my thing, I just want to give a kudos to the Park District. My grandson played in the baseball tournament this weekend at Little Park. What a great facility you guys have. We in Cary are super jealous of that facility. We wish we had synthetic turf fields. It was a great time. Thank you very much for that. So I'm here for Jason. I've known Jason for over 30 years. For the last 8, I have worked with Jason on I've had the great honor of working with him at the IAPD IPRA Distinguished Agency Accreditation Program. Mr. President, are you familiar with that program? This organization is made up of the best executive directors in the state. And Jason, you are one of those. You're a leader on that committee. You're a mentor for other executive directors in the state. Mr. President, your community deserves better than what I've been hearing here tonight. It really does. It's really pathetic for me to hear things from other people in Cary about what is going on in Crystal Lake. And I agree with a lot of what other people have said tonight, that keep your eye on your community, provide everyone equal opportunities. Having served as a board president of my own park district, I read every email and every publication that comes out from IAPD. And all I'm going to say is I just urge you to read Peter Murphy's board member code of ethics. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners, staff, and the residents of Crystal Lake. I am Matthew Laporte, resident of the Crystal Lake, user of the Park District, and executive director of the Vernon Hills Park District. As a resident and a Parks and Rec professional with 23 years of experience, I felt the need to come out tonight to support my community, the profession, and the Park District staff. Look out that window. You've been here a long time, but you can still see there's families out there. And that's who we serve in this profession. This meeting's a mess. There are too many people here for a Park District board meeting. So let's fix it. I implore this board to work as one. Work with each other as one. Work with the staff as one. work with this community as one, and serve the best interests of the community. Serve those families outside the window and in your after-school programs, and the ones that are having barbecues in your parks. Park districts enrich lives, they provide jobs for our youth. They keep our communities safe and they keep us healthy. Park districts do this all for pennies on the dollar. The norm is not meetings like this, but boards that listen to residents, collaborate with staff, and work with city council and other taxing bodies, all as one. I'm also here for the staff. I want you to know that I see you, I am here for you. I consider this staff to be the best in the state. I call Director Herbster a mentor and a friend. As a 30-year professional, the chair of the Distinguished Accreditation Committee, and a great man, he ensures all agencies in our field follow a high set of standards that young professionals like myself have support, and the community has what it needs to improve the quality of life of those that live here. He is a consummate professional and a valuable leader in this community and in the Parks and Rec profession. This staff is creative, hardworking, and caring. They create jobs, they take care of our residents of all ages, and they put up with a lot of complaints from residents. They put in long hours, work holidays, and put on some amazing programs and events. They give us beautiful parks to play in. The staff ensures that we have the best parks, programs, and services in the state. Their track record speaks for themselves. And again, I'm here for them. I'm happy to say that I am a very happy taxpayer. I get what I pay for. So I ask that the board uses tonight as a stepping stone. Begin to listen to this room, listen to this community, and all the staff, and just continue to work as one. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Eric Larson, I live on Caroline Street, Crystal Lake resident, 55 years. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, I wanted to just come and observe. And a couple of things kind of compelled me to come up. Number one, I served on the library board here in Crystal Lake for 8 years. I know what it's like to serve on a volunteer board. I know what it's like to disagree with people on policy. But I also know it's really important to respect people and have decorum. And frankly, I haven't been seeing that. I've seen disrespect both to fellow board members and to public, and that really bothers me. That's not what this is supposed to be about. So I plead with you, let's try and maintain some decorum on this board. Number two, the opening statement talked about executive orders carrying the force of law. That is true. Executive orders from the president carry the force of law for the executive branch of the federal government. They do not carry the force of law for anybody else. That's just a fact. And this notion that somehow an executive order in the federal government influences what a local park district board does is absolutely wrong. It makes no sense. Couple other things. Mr. Wilson's here tonight. Those of us that are regular readers of the Herald are very familiar with Mr. Wilson's letters. As I served on the library board during the period when we were talking about expansion, we had Mr. Wilson at our meetings very often. He purported himself to be an expert. At the time, your solution at the time was we should use the Walmart building for the library. Yes, I absolutely. I have all the letters to the editor in my folder. He presented at the time square footage cost estimates of what it would take, not understanding that in order to put stacks, big heavy stacks of books, you have to have special underlying concrete zoning, and that building was not appropriate at all. He comes forward, and all of us know anytime we have Red Tail, the library, Outbridge, we all know his position. He's against it all. Anything that might have any sort of tax implication, he's against it. So him purporting to come up as an expert when he's really coming with a very specific position, I think you need to take that with a grain of salt and recognize the past on that. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have one letter from a resident who asked to have it read into public record. I'd like to read it. Thank you. Hello, Kathy. I'm writing to express my support of Jason Herbster as executive director. If you think my communication is relevant to be read in the public comment, I give permission to read it, have it read. I began working for the Crystal Lake Park District in 2018 as a brand new finance director with a lot to learn. Because I did not feel confident in much of my new responsibilities, I leaned heavily on Jason in my first year. Jason already had a wealth of information on the Park District finances and a strong grasp on financial policies and procedures designed to keep the Park District in a great financial position. Jason went above and beyond in my tenure there and rose to the challenge of learning even more with me and often spent days and hours researching finance topics as they relate to municipal finance and Park District. During the property tax cycle, Jason and I generally spent days together, putting together analysis on the best way to levy taxes without burdening taxpayers, but still being fiscally responsible. It's also important to note that the Park District portion of the tax bill is only approximately 5% of the total levy, meaning someone with a $600,000 house likely pays around $700 a year to the Park District for all of the amenities offered. This percentage is fairly standard across Illinois for Park District levies, as the school districts generally account for the bulk of the levy. Jason was also always collaborative with the board on this process. Despite knowing the Park District is tax capped and any funds not levied in a given year are lost to all future years, we worked tirelessly to prepare a levy that left money on the table at the board's request. This put pressure on user fees because the Park District is limited in the avenues of revenue it can collect. Even with that challenge, Jason pushed staff in a very supportive manner to find creative ways to provide programs at a low or sometimes free cost to the Park District residents without increasing user fees to account for the loss in tax revenue. I also feel it's important to speak directly to Jason's character as an executive director. Jason lives and breathes the Park District. Jason is also a unique park director. He genuinely cares for the well-being of Park District staff. He knows everyone's name and is genuinely interested in learning about them and their interests. Jason also values employee opinions and is often giving them the green lights to keep exploring an idea. So much so that my father-in-law volunteered for a few events in 2018 when I worked there and liked it so much that he began working for the Park District on a part-time basis in 2019, and he still works there. You can often find him at one or many of the Park District's facilities on the weekend. He attends as many events as he possibly can and interacts with the community. I'm almost done. As to my professional qualifications to speak on this topic, I have been working in government accounting since 2006 as a public accountant specializing in auditing local governments and not-for-profit entities. I've worked for Illinois government since 2010. I have a master's in public administration and was an active CPA at the time I worked for the Park District. Katrina Hammond.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Are there any other commissioners who would like to read from anybody? Hearing none, we will close the public comments. There is no unfinished business. We're going to move on to the presentation. Sergeant Colleen Galvicious Meritorious Conduct Award. On 5/28/2025, Sergeant Galvicious volunteered to work the volunteer shift on her scheduled day off for an uncovered shift. Sorry, the afternoon shift on her scheduled day off for an uncovered shift. At 7 p.m., Sergeant Galvicious responded to a suicide subject in Crystal Lake's jurisdiction that may have gone to Veterans Acres Park. Due to her experience and familiarity with the nearby parks, Sergeant Galvicius also checked Stearns Woods. This check was not a cursory observation, but a detailed search in which Sergeant Galvicius checked an area well off the available path known as High Point. This location is an elevated position with a large vertical drop. At High Point, Sergeant Galvicius located the suicidal subject and initiated contact using skills developed from her crisis intervention team training. The subject admitted to going to High Point with the intention of killing himself by jumping off head first. Sergeant Galvicius continued a dialogue until Crystal Lake Fire and Rescue were on the scene. Based on the conversation, Sergeant Galvicius was able to sign an involuntary committal form and initiate medical assistance for the subject. Sergeant Galvicius displayed her commitment to our department and mission, and her training and experience prevented a person from making a painful choice during a time of crisis. Sergeant Galvicius is hereby awarded the Crystal Lake Park District Police Department's Meritorious Conduct Award. Congratulations and thank you for your service. Presentation. So, I don't know, I don't think this was included. Last, everybody said that. This is relates to the annual rollover issues called the debt service extension based issue. And the Park District levies taxes for 9 different reasons. One of them is to pay the debt service on bond issue. Okay, so this just trying to break up a piece of your levy process. And so this just relates to the what we call the rollover bond issue. And it's more about levies than about bonds. Okay, so on page 8 of that presentation from Spear, it shows you what your debt service extension base is. Okay, so in 2009 it was 932,000 and change, and now in 2025 is 1.35 million roughly. And that goes up every year by the consumer price index for 5%, whichever is less. And it's not, if you don't use, you lose it. You can not use this for 20 years, and this one, and it will still increase every year. Your aggregate levy is not use or lose it either, because you can look back 3 years. But this one, it always increases. So if you decide not to use it, you're not losing it for future, for the Park District in the future, in any respect. Okay, so your debt service extension base is usually used to pay the debt service on what are called alternate revenue source bonds. So you've issued bonds to buy the new maintenance facility, and you've issued alternate revenue source bonds for other things. I think there's 4 outstanding now. And if you look at the page 10, you'll see that your debt service extension base, the proceeds from this rollover issue, will be used to pay your alternate revenue source bonds this year in full. Next year, if you actually don't have enough, if you don't issue these bonds, you won't, well, even if you do issue these bonds, you won't have enough to pay all of your debt service and alternate revenue source bonds. And then over the years to 2045, it decreases. So you're almost all of the proceeds from this year's bond issue will be used to pay debt service on bonds you've already issued. Next year, the same thing. The year after, pretty close, and then it starts to decrease. And that gives you the opportunity to look at other projects. Maybe you want to issue alternate revenue source bonds to do something else, right? So this levy, going back to this levy for the debt service extension base, it's your way to leverage. It's your way to, if you want to buy a community center, for example, you might pledge the debt service
the rollover bond proceeds to do that. So again, all I wanted to give you tonight was just a taste of the levy process. So you're gonna get into your aggregate levy, which is often 8 other funds that you issue, that you levy taxes for. This one's coming up, and Spears gonna come out and talk about bond issue notification and other things that tend to confuse me. But I think what is really important for the board to understand is what you're levying taxes for. So this is just a small piece of what you levy taxes for. It's your debt service extension based levy. You use the proceeds, you use that levy to pay the debt service on the rollover issue, and you use the rollover issue to pay the debt service on the offset revenue source fund. That's a lot. And so I just want to try to break up a little bit of that for you today.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any questions? Clearly from the board. Rich, do you have any questions?
That's a lot. It's a lot to soak up, so it is. I have a lot to learn about that.
Kathy, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Heisler, Commissioner Nessenson?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. The next presentation is Steve Wilson.
Anybody got a microphone? Well, I already introduced myself. I must admit, I wasn't expected to be not so personally. Dictated by a member of the library board, especially since the library board spent taxpayer dollars to buy every house around it in order to build a big new library that the taxpayers turned down. Nor was I ever at a library board meeting, and I never said anything about the Walmart. But that's fine. Let's just talk about this. My boys refer to me as the raging moderate. I never fucking not says that. Because my interest, my whole life has been in government finance and the efficiency of the expenditures of taxpayer money. It is the job of the Clark District to provide recreational opportunities to the public that, one, the market is not providing, and two, at a reasonable cost. The Park District is now considering being encouraged by the old Centennial facility. Will this facility fulfill unmet recreational opportunities at a reasonable cost? Let's start with the recreational opportunities. The old Centennial is a fitness center with a swimming pool. Yes, it has some other assets available to it, but primarily it is a fitness center with a swimming pool. Are there other fitness centers in Crystal Lake? Yes, there are. And in fact, there's a new one that's about to go up. This facility would compete without paying property taxes or income taxes, and with the taxpayer subsidy should it operate at a loss. So, is there an unmet need? Does not appear so. These facilities are also available from the YMCA, which has served this community for over 60 years. I spoke with the executive director there. He's very concerned about the damage that a park district competitive operation would do to the YMCA. So I don't know how many people here are fine damaging the YMCA, but that's an issue. The old Centennial Health Bridge also has a swimming pool. Is there a swimming pool available in Crystal Lake? Yes, at the YMCA. You don't have to be a member. You can be, but you don't have to be. So is there an unmet need for a swimming pool here in the Crystal Lake Park District area? No, there is not. In fact, there are others as well in the area but outside of the boundaries. So if the Park District buys the old Centennial Health Bridge, it will compete with and financially damage the YMCA in this second area as well. Now, we've been told it's a great deal because it's only going to be $4 million, $3 million, $2 million. Unfortunately, that's not how you make financial decisions. You make financial decisions based on the ongoing costs versus the revenues. I've talked to a few people who own some office buildings in Chicago right now, that you can buy for cents on the dollar, that aren't being bought. Will the park district buy and operate this facility at reasonable cost to the public? Well, consider this. Northwestern closed the facility and it sat empty for years. Why? Because they were losing money. And no for-profit company has been willing to buy and operate the facility. That implies strongly that the park district will operate this facility at a loss. That's something that you should give serious consideration to. You shouldn't just assume that it's going to be free, but assume that you'll be making money. You should investigate this carefully and I would suggest objectively, because the likelihood is high that you will lose money at it. You shouldn't ask yourself, isn't it a nice idea? Wouldn't it be cool if we had a swimming pool? The real question you need to ask yourself is this such an important thing that I feel comfortable raising the property taxes on everyone in the community, and including renters, because the owners of those buildings pay property taxes? Do I feel comfortable raising taxes and rents for everyone here in Crystal Lake, so the park district can own the swimming pool and a health club? In short, does the park district board see its job as watching out for the taxpayers, or does it see its job as making the park district as big as possible without caring about damaging local businesses and the state YMCA that has served this community for almost 60 years? If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Great, thank you very much. Any questions?
Why would you assume we wanted to put a health club in there? We have never stated we wanted to put a health club in there, and to basically your whole presentation and to go to the executive director of the Y and say we wanted to put an executive a health club in there seems really damaging and incorrect.
It is a health club.
No, we have never said we wanted to put a health club in there.
You are not going to use all the area for the whole club.
There's a difference between all or some.
All right. So you're not going to be doing a health club type operation.
Correct. I believe that is what we discussed so far.
If you heard our mayor, he made it very clear, he wanted a community, his vision would be a
I'm
community.
sorry, I am a little hard here.
If you heard our mayor when he spoke, he made it very clear that the vision would be more of a community center. So it would be a vision that would be collaborated on by members of the board. And we haven't made any decisions yet, but it wouldn't directly compete with the Y. That's not the vision.
Oh, we definitely compete directly with the Y.
Well, not.
We definitely compete directly with the YMCA.
So there are 150 citizens that are at the Y playing cards.
The swimming pool area in particular will compete with YMCA. Once Southbridge closed, membership of the YMCA increased significantly. They're very concerned that if you open this thing, that they will lose members again.
We do not even have a swimming pool for any of our high schools in Crystal Lake to practice swimming. It's all outsourced.
You are welcome to consider this issue and debate it. I'm telling you.
Okay, well,
I think that you should seriously consider whether there are really unmet needs and whether you can operate it at a cost that will not increase the burden on taxpayers. That's my point. So.
Hold on, thinking.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Status Gnostics, taxes and revenue.
Right here.
If I turn the lights down. Oh, really?
Today I'll be, today I'll be going over, some of the financial analysis, and the state of read from the, comprehensive, annual finance records that are available on, the district website. And we use some of the, data for the per capita data, for the census, but it's also on the CAFR as well. So this tool list will allow us to, that's not only the internal finances, but, they're aligned with the community and growth and economic conditions. So, looking at the population search, trends for the Crystal Lake Park District. It went down, from 21, to 25 or 2022.
Can't hear you.
Yep, so, if we look at the population trends, it's a stable 58,000, and in year 2022, it went down to 50,700. Next, we're looking at the per capita income trends. So as you can see here, the per capita income trend, did increase, at 2021 and 2022, both being only at a year, yeah, so why is this important? So we're looking at the total revenues. We see that on the,
Revenues of what?
for the park district. Okay, at total revenues of the park district. We see a dip in 2021. Here, that's around. COVID. And then, when things open up slowly in 2022, and, the course went up. We're looking at the property tax, revenue versus the program user revenue percentage. You can see the gap in COVID, where the program percentage goes down because of the closures. So basically, this conversion goes to the taxpayer, so we have that pretty bump on top. And if we look at the property tax revenue per capita, right, we see it increase because so fairly sharp. Now, if we look at it from a different lens, at for example, the percentage of the property value, then yeah, the properties here appreciate fairly well. So this is just a different angle to see it. So, and if we look at the program revenue per capita here, and we see it bounce back up after COVID. And we just skip that one. That one has the recent years. Salaries as well, they increased, they drastically increased after COVID. They were pretty stable here from 2012 to 2020. And Dr. Fiscal asked me to take a look at why are the park district numbers were different than numbers that we have in statistics. Statistics, we do use the CAFRs, or the majority of it is derived from the census, and many times the census does match the financial reports. And when we look at the park district and the park district reports for 2012 versus 2022, all our 2022 data matches up perfectly. So the question is, why is our 2012 data slightly different? And if we look at here, we have what the park district reported in the last 10 years, in the 10 years from 2012 to 2022, there is a negative trajectory. The property tax share it actually improved. But the case actually is that it did not improve. It actually the property tax share actually went up. And same thing goes for the inverse goes for the foreign revenue share. Well, why is that? This is the salary wages. And the difference is because prior to 2018, there was a different methodology on how this was calculated. So prior to 2018, only the government activities were calculated and not the total activities. So we were missing, like in 2012, we were missing about $1.6 million in revenue that were generated from business type activities as they're classified, which is the racket club, golf activities as well. So that is what skews the data. Now, why is this important? So I'm one of the inventors of study pressure, which measures the pressure that some government entities exert on a specific property or the taxpayer. at the address level. And again, this can be, special district, such as the park district, can be county level, can be, city level. If you're ever curious to put your address, neighbor's address, on status master, the county will tell you your exact spending pressure. Now, the aggregate spending pressure of Crystal Lake, Illinois, is actually pretty good, 48, out of the possible 100 points. So the higher the spending pressure, it will basically exert more pressure and things get more expensive. The investment property that I have in rural Illinois, for example, property tax, the property tax in one of my properties doubled in a 4-year period because of extreme high, spending pressure. So, that's one of the things, so that's the reason why I want to put this. So in 2018, they adapted a standard called GASB, which is a accounting standard then for local federal governments and how they report these steps, why there's a difference. So it provides just an apples to apples comparisons. So if in 2022, we're looking at the total numbers and not only for government activities, well, we should then compare in 2012 the also total numbers. And all this and to get the total numbers on page 6 on the 2020 2012 CAFR. So to ensure the apples to apples comparisons, we're relating census and CAFR data, the integrating organizational type activities for consistency for cross-reference in US and US and practice. And the whole point is just to promote transparency and to reveal the true trend. Sometimes things can be obfuscated and a little bit difficult to see. Some of the key insights is the taxpayer funded an increased revenue share. Well, the 72% of course is high on 2021 with COVID, while the program users share fell. If we look at the average all the way from 2012 to 2022. So that kind of highlights equity concerns for residents versus non-district users. Some of the other things that I've noticed is the burden shifts on per capita taxes rose 38.4%. The annual growth rate, the compound annual growth rate is about 1.9%, which remained pretty low. Now, when I benchmark the Crystal Lake Park District at the current state, you guys are doing very well compared to all the other park districts around, not only in Illinois but also nationally. The LA check, there's a negative correlation between per capita income and program revenue. So basically, it implies untapped potential overall. When this happens, what I usually see is that park districts for non-residents should raise price for service. But again, but that's all it tells me. But so essentially, where we're headed, it's if nothing changes, continue to actualize if programs don't sustain the rebound. However, that's just potential greater balance in those, especially with post 2020 grant surges. So in 2024, you got a 1.6 or $1.8 million grant, which is very good. However, we'll also continue. So some of the improvements is basically, and again, this is based on the trends that I've seen what other park districts are doing right now. Is they're just boosting a program fees, especially inflation. And the reason this up is just we're doing okay right now. However, we're trending a little bit, in dangerous territory because we're spending a little bit more pressure than usual. You can see a full spending pressure picture of statistics. You can explore comprehensive financial reports from districts, counties, and local governments. Data is completely open to the public statistics. There's no login. It's completely free. Now when it comes to modeling and specialized analytics, you can contact us directly. But as the average homeowner, you guys can take a look at where your money goes. It even has school district information, financial information, and even has the quality of the schools. So if you want to see that. That's my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so I want to go over some of the slides towards the beginning.
Yeah.
Namely, I'd like to ask, are the numbers for property tax revenue and other monetary figures adjusted for inflation, or are they nominal?
Nominal.
Wouldn't it be better to adjust for inflation, so that we can see how the tax burden compares to real power parity. Well, between, the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it would actually be, if we adjust for inflation, it would be actually a little bit better. However, in the last 2 years, which I didn't, I'm only looking at the 10-year period, the 23-24, because at 24, I think the expenditures went up to 12.6 million. Where they were stable at 10 million over the last decade.
And I want to ask about your correlation numbers. Those look like are spurs to me for the relationship between per capita income and spending for services. If you go back, that's not my calling that correctly.
Yeah.
Is that the correlation between spending across different municipalities, or is that within Crystal Lake specifically?
Specifically the part of this home.
How what's the sample? Are you looking at like how much money different households spend or different zip codes spend?
So we're looking at how much the park district spends, and then we're looking at the per capita income. And we're getting a ratio of that basically.
Per capita income where? By address? By street?
Of everyone who is in the park district.
But what's so it's individuals are entered in the okay.
So what that gives us, it gives us, well, the people that live here, is their income outpacing the increase in, potential revenue needed for the park district, or basically. Is it correct? Now, the answer to that actually is that the park district is almost on par, very, very close to the population.
Okay, and then, I just maybe wanted to clarify a little bit. I was a little confused initially when you were talking about property tax share.
Yeah.
But I'm understanding correctly, that is the percentage of revenue for the park district that comes from.
Yeah.
Property tax.
So, what that means is, I take the property tax, the total property tax, revenue collected. And divided by the total revenue. And in this case, the total revenue includes grants, includes property tax, that includes, business type activities such as, services, or user services that, that they would be paying, racquetball, things like that.
Okay, is that the irregularity that the park president was talking about towards the beginning? I have to, if you would like to comment on what we're referring to.
Yeah, so the irregularity is there. Is that, and I'll show you this, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna pull up the CAFR, and I'll show you, exactly what I'm talking about. So if you pull up the 2012, right? Okay. So if we pull this up, notice how we have it split between government activities, business type activities in total, right? So the way that they used to calculate this is they would take, let's say, the program revenue, right, 2.8 million, right, for 2012, and then they would divide it by the 9.4 million for the governmental activities, rather than using the totals. At 2018 and above, the years, they only use the totals because of gas fee, which is a accounting standard, gas fee, it's the gas fee 34, which is applies directly to park districts, a specific standard. Where that might not be, in order just to be easier to understand. Because then, you could say, well, this is just for government activities, of course, property taxes are gonna be 100% government activities, so that's the question of that. But that's technically subsidizing racquetball, right? So that's the point. So if we then just take the totals from the right column, rather than using the government activities on the left, because I was trying to figure out why the numbers differ. So I kind of reverse engineered how, how the numbers were obtained, and that's basically why. And then in the 2018 CFR, there's a statement on why they changed it, based on the compliance with the state law.
Okay, I noticed on the first slide, the x-axis, or the y-axis, sorry, it doesn't appear to start at 0, which makes the decline look kind of exaggerated. And the numbers for the first couple of years are flat, they're the same. It was like, I think 58,000 was the numbers I was just on.
Yes,
second.
that is done to see it, because otherwise it'd just be, be very difficult to see that.
Yeah, but I think that might make the change or difference look greater than it might actually be.
So
So
for which one? For
this slide, the x-axis, I'm having a hard time seeing this far away, but it looks like that's for the last.
So it's on top of 60,000 and 40,000. Sorry, yeah, 46,000.
46,000,
Yeah.
okay.
So I mean, it is a significant jump, it's almost 8,000 population, you know, so that's a little nonsense.
And then I understand, that like, I don't remember the exact term that was used, but the taxation pressure, combination measures like that can be very useful, and I understand you have a limited time to go over the specifics of that. But if you could describe in a little bit of detail what exactly is included in that methodology and what the weights are. I sometimes worry when I hear stats like that, that you can't really objectively give a single metric, for something like, taxation pressure.
This is a very good question, since it's technically public now, because it's a, you know, that's a patent pending process. So what it does is it looks at every other, so the way we put this, the pressure or spending pressure on this, we look at every single, park district in the USA. We normalize it, we get, we then, basically, on the Sunbelt weight. And then we assign it, well, then we normalize also by per capita, because that would be, you know, we can't compare Crystal Lake with Chicago breakfast. I mean, because, you know, the numbers are, you know, very large.
Right.
So essentially, when we look at it, so we look at it per capita, we normalize it, and we then assign it for it. So if you go on Statistics and you put in, let's say, your address, your neighbor's address, it will give you a spending pressure, which is all inclusive. It will look at the park districts, it will look at the counties, it will look at the cities, and it will give you an overall grade. Which is from initial reviews fairly accurate. Personally, it's as a whole spending pressure, and that spending pressure, if you go on the website, it does include the you know, the school districts, the just the county, the state, and you guys doing fairly well. The problem is the trajectory. That's the only, you know, thing that what I see worries me right now. That's it. But right now we're okay. No, okay.
I wonder, and so especially given the negative correlation between household purchasing power and the use of park services, if I'm interpreting that correctly. I wonder if part of that isn't just due to wealthier people moving towards more private goods over time.
It is possible, yeah. It's also a very good indicator that says that your park district for the user fees is not priced enough. So then the question becomes, when was the last time there was a price increase for the user fees? For the facilities?
Have you looked at the like flexibility of demand, like how much, how willing people are to change to getting services or to stop using the park services if price goes up?
Not specifically for Crystal Lake, but overall, yes, and typically they usually go for more of the community center and park district before they, you know, unless it's in a very, you know, wealthy area. So, but then you'll always have disruptors, like in Oak Brook, Illinois, you'll have a disruptor like Life Time Fitness. You know, and they just build a new location and that, you know, cause a disruption.
I think that would be an important measure to look at when you're talking about whether or not it would be fiscally beneficial to increase the rates. And I also and perhaps I'm wrong, but if the like marginal cost of including outside users who don't live in this area in park services isn't that great, then I'm not necessarily sure that it's much of a concern if they're getting a better deal, so long as them being here increases park revenue or makes the thing more fiscally stable. I agree with you. Sometimes that can be kind of a regular thing.
I mean, you know, and there's a lot of things that you can do to kind of offset like for example, like you know, I have a little sticker for the Michigan, you know, state park, okay, non-residents, I take out the price because I'm not a Michigan resident, right? That's, you know, that's what, you know, a lot of the park districts I think have started doing, especially at COVID, to kind of recover some losses.
So are you considering a park district the same as a state park?
No.
Putting us.
No, I just said that as just an example, where they charge non-residents more than residents, that's all.
Okay, because there are state park districts outside of the.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that non-resident can be like, non-resident to the boundary of, so there's people who are not paying for the parking on property taxes. Deal with that.
Well, we do that already.
Okay. I'm just saying.
And we've increased the margin that we charge them extra quite a bit over the last 5 years.
And just to be clear, I'm not here to consult, on, you know, what to do, I'm just trying to say what others, I've seen others do, that's it, you know, just as an example.
Okay.
Over here, okay.
I wanna know a little bit more about your company, Status Gnostics, and how you make money, like who do you sell? And something I'm more curious to know about.
So we sell more granular data to companies, to cities, they're looking for, so for example, if you go to a census right now, you'll only get the every 5 year data. So for example, you get the 2017 and the 2022 and the 2012 data versus, you know, every single year. Right? So basically that's but that's mostly for, you know, for like, where they need big data analytics and, you know, they can export the data. But for the average citizen, it's a great way to see the, you know, reference.
Are you trying to do business participants now?
Absolutely.
Were you paid to be here?
No, not paid. You know, I'm here because of the funding numbers, because for that, you know, for that, how come the numbers are different? And the chief technology officer here, and I happen to fund it all, you know, because if my data is not accurate, it's not a good product, right? But essentially, that's why I'm.
Two questions.
Yeah.
Well, the population trends you're showing, do those come from the comprehensive audit?
Yep.
So those are city of Crystal Lake numbers. You have the park district numbers, do they show the same decrease in population?
I believe that is the.
I'm pretty sure it says city of Crystal Lake in the comprehensive audit.
Let me take a look.
I'm not sure if there'll be a difference or not, there very well may be. The park district includes other areas other than the city of Crystal Lake.
Yeah, so it does include like certain unincorporated areas, so let's see here, in 2019, the population according to the census, first lake of 39,778. So, let me see here, so.
Jason, are those numbers accurate for the park district as a whole?
Yeah, so basically.
I don't know that.
It's basically the population served, so it includes Crystal Lake, Lakewood, and small portions of Lake in the Hills and unincorporated and other unincorporated areas.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, and then the second question is, you referenced looking at data in park districts around the country. Illinois, and all the federal state are kind of unique as park districts. So how do you compare our park district with other recreational services states that are not park districts? You don't have taxing abilities.
Oh, would be then the bulk comparative, they have to be specifically separated, in the sense of data.
Is Wolf Lake separate, like in the Hills separate?
Yes. But it goes on it's attached, so this is all attached to the boundary of the Crystal Lake Park District. So we separate it in a way where that's not really attached to a single city. So like, for example, here, you know, we got like parts of Lake of the Hills and Crystal Lake, so we separated.
But your aggregate data, it includes city park districts that are not, they're not really park districts, they're recreation areas.
Yes, so there's multiple parts, you know, there, for example, there's the Cook County Forest Preserve, that would be considered subset. So we
Other things specifically, it's not, doesn't have a park district, Lincoln Hills and park district.
Yeah. So we look at only on the park district level. So if we, for example, we just take we look at only the data for the Crystal Lake Park District. And we don't, and we only apply the spending pressure, but then only if it's in district for a specific area.
Okay, through your nationwide look.
Yeah.
You include, you compare us with Woodstock and Lincoln Hills. Lincoln Hills spends 10% of the money.
So
parks.
we're not looking at the state that's going to, or the city, Woodstock, that's completely separate. We only look at the park districts as in isolation. In the back, so we take all the park districts. And we don't apply that to, for example, specifically Woodstock, unless it's within the boundaries. So whenever, let's say you put in your address, it automatically does a geolocation boundary, say, okay, you know, you're in this school district, you know, this is your elementary school district, this is your, you know, high school, and then, if you're in the boundaries, the park districts, etc.
Woodstock and Lincoln Hills, data accessible to your nationwide packages.
No, because we're only looking specifically at the park district boundaries and not the city.
No, but I think the question is, That's common, now I don't wanna hurt your mouth, but Crystal Lake's got a park district.
Yes.
If a city has a recreational district, you consider that the same as a park district. For your purposes of your analysis across the country.
If the census labels it as that, yes. If it labels it as that, if it doesn't, then no.
So the recreational district and the park district are not necessarily equal.
Yeah, no, they would be two separate entities. If there's a community center that's also taxed separately, that'll be two separate entities. And the way
It would be part of your analysis.
Yeah.
Just like park district, there's other recreational districts.
yes, the way we standardize it is by looking at the population of the area served. You see what I mean, so per capita, basically. That's how we get the numbers. Make it fair.
But it's not, I don't think it really is fair, because it's a recreational district or a community district has different, services and different, goals from a park district.
Well, it doesn't go in that granularly, because yes, everything is different, you know, you can make that argument, but it provides a benchmark, right? It provides a benchmark to see, you know. How much pressure exerted, and it just to show, so of course, if one parks district, for example, doesn't have a, you know, pool with, you know, 50 feet slides, yeah, of course, you know, that it's gonna exert more pressure. But for example, the point of spending pressure is that it's tailored to the specific person. So for example, let's say you have kids, right? You have kids, right? You're gonna be more than happy to pay more property taxes to be in a good school district, right? So that you're gonna be, and you have to pay, you know, more spending pressure, and that's fine. But the thing, of course, the way it's calculated is just to see, you know, if I'm going to pick, you know, property A versus B, let's say, and you see finding margin, I'll give you a very good idea which one's higher and whether it suits your needs, it's custom. So yeah, sometimes people do want that, this is funny, but maybe they, you know, they do want, you know, to have kids, they want to have a pool, they want to have a, you know, a child care center, whatever it may be. So that's, it's, yes, it is different, and it just gives you a specific question for the individual.
During the presentation, you many times said we. Are you a resident of Crystal Lake, or do you mean because you're the brother of the president?
Brother, what's your name?
Is that your brother? Oh, I don't know. When you said we, are you a Crystal Lake resident?
No. Yeah, I was asked by Dr. Isa just to verify the numbers and what might have caused the discrepancy. Because my purpose is most important is to defend my product. That, you know, the number that I have on our website.
So it's
is
a
accurate.
sales presentation.
Absolutely not. Well, there's nothing that you can buy from from the website.
Sorry, that's just.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
We talk about the pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Like it might go to that participant in school.
Sure.
And the person who doesn't have school is a higher pressure or not as good of a value to them, you're saying that it's.
Yeah, so let's say you're 65 plus, you don't have kids or college, whatever you want, right? And you know, you're paying $10,000 more for your property tax because of good school.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Is there anything in the model that actually accounts the increase in the property value to you as a homeowner because of the amenities that are provided to your neighborhood? And just the other thing that seems kind of the discussion that comes up is, correct, I don't have kids in school anymore. But as I age, I hope we educate them well.
Yes.
That when I get older, you know, it doesn't matter to me that I said my kids are going to go more important to me that we educate them.
So as I said before, the property values grows where the percentage of the park district actually decreased, right? As a previous on the budget. However, you know, if we look at only the per capita income that's reported in the boundary of the park district, right? Then the it did not increase. Based on per capita income and how much we, you know, how much the park district charged. So as a percentage. So basically that basically shows that there is a underutilization of the user revenue versus so basically property taxes are subsidizing a bit more. The property taxes are subsidizing a bit more. Yeah, the property taxes are subsidizing heavier portion of the revenue versus the user fees.
Isn't that because property taxes have risen? I mean, because property values have risen? I mean, property taxes county and the district have fallen. The property values have risen, the amount that people are paying. My property tax bill dropped the last few years. Okay. They were valued by home insurance. Relative to what the amount of tax they're being charged. So is that property tax going to stay similar, but your value to it, and that it's denominated, make it the same what?
We have to look at the total property tax of everyone, the total aggregate. So I think in the CAFR.
Well, but I mean, if the county as a whole, that's, I mean, and go to the treasurer's website, talk to the treasurer, and you can see that the county as a whole. Peaceful property values have risen, and therefore the effective tax rate that can fall with that.
What about Lincoln Hills?
Lincoln Hills not part of
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. So we have 50 in the CAFR.
That's not part of the conversation, because it's not part of the partnership. But as a whole, the county, including Lincoln.
I'm talking about the ones that are in the boundary, the taxing boundary.
Yeah.
And, we have to look at that basically.
Yeah, so. Per capita income has risen dramatically. Our population stayed relatively the same over the last 15 years. Housing values have risen dramatically.
Yes.
Okay, the property tax rates, even though they've risen, haven't risen at the same rate, therefore, the effective property tax.
Yeah.
Fall.
So I'm talking about the percentage of the property versus the one. The cost of the, what we pay for the taxes for the purpose. Yeah, because of the that's why I said the rise in the property taxes. That sorry, the rise of the property values. That's what causes the percentage lower.
Right.
Yeah, let's look at it. So not property tax, property values. Any additional questions?
Could you give us a brief summary of how statistics compare to other towns in Illinois? Is the percentage of cost being paid for through property taxes as opposed to usage fees changed similarly in towns with similar income or geographic features?
Yeah, I mean, you can, and you compare it to the rest. Or two locations or two or dividing into extremely granularly where you can compare two park districts and see the percentages.
Is there any kind of summary or generalization you can give to us right now about how Crystal Lake compares? Is this a broader regional or national trend, or is there anything unique about Crystal Lake or the way the park board operates that would cause the percentage of cost from property tax to go up?
So essentially right now you're below average, which is good. In terms of expenditures, and revenue, which is going to be awesome. So we're not collecting as much from the property owners. The only thing, like I said, is going to be just a project. I mean, so just accelerating.
That definitely seems concerning to me, and I'm not as specifically familiar with parks. But certainly with things like public transit systems across the country, to some extent across the entire world, there's been an increasing percentage that has come from non-fare based taxation. I think largely just going to the fact that people are spending more time indoors. There's like people aren't going out weekends so much, but that seems like more of a macro level social issue than it does anything with the way that this park board is governed.
Yeah. No, yeah, 100%. And everything's different, some areas see, for example, a drop with COVID and then a extreme sharp increase and keep increasing. Some see slight increase and then, not. It all depends on the demographic side of the record, so, if it's. Depends on, who lives there. Or the typical people who love to go hiking, nature things, and then, they shut down, of course they're gonna, get inspired about it. Versus someone like, maybe like me, where I almost never go to the park district. But my wife does, again, let's see the numbers.
Are your numbers based just on the census?
The ones online, yeah, that we have for no registration, you could log in, that's based on census. But we did look at the 2012 and 2022 data, and it's exact match to CFRs.
But then when you're doing the taxation percentage of it, they're basing it on that annual tax of it, so you're not including anything like new growth that would be captured by.
Yeah, so it's only just, the whole point is just to kind of get a full on it, with a model, just to give you the trajectory, just see how, you're comparing to those.
So really, that it would only be valid every 10 years. Yeah. But the census only occurs every 10.
So the numbers are reported every 5.
So every 5 years, we get accurate information, and then the numbers that we speak when we go back.
It is somewhat of an estimate, but I believe the for park districts, they submit data, right, in some study drivers.
Pardon me?
Did you submit census data every 5 years?
For like,
Not necessarily.
That's why I'm asking what your base.
Yeah, no, so the sunset, I believe.
You're not an expert then.
Sorry?
You're not an expert in this, right? You're the chief technology officer. You're not certified, so, right?
Well, I oversee everything that.
The technology.
Well, I'm just asking because on a tax base, like, the governing bodies capture new growth on an annual basis, which that number then would obviously increase, but it may not increase that individual tax base, it would increase that whole population, but you're not capturing that population.
So it works a little bit differently, so I'll answer your question in detail, so it's 5,000 or more in population, that specific taxing value, right, so we're just under that. If it's lower than that, they have to report every 5 years, they get a little questionnaire. They show, even on something, they'll show you basically how they do the questionnaire. If it's 65,000 or more, so let's say Schaumburg, cities, right? They report every year. And if you go on the website, you'll see that completely on the
So
same.
you're using, that's the number you're using the population, or it's just coincident for 9 years straight, the population was the same, and then that.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the population that we have here, that's from the CFR, that's data by the park district, not the census. Yeah.
But that seemed to be the number that you were showing the graphic and using that.
Yeah, so that was the one that
And
came.
I'm assuming it's probably the.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the same for 9 years,
Yeah.
about some change.
Yeah.
The stuff
Yeah.
that it would
Yeah.
fit. So.
So everything that I showed was directly from the park district website. I only
You're
did
using
some
public information too.
to double check it, but if you go on our website, it's everything sent.
I'm on the board of the Chicago Metropolitan Community Planning. We have a tool that's actually like more real time now that is on there that can be municipalities or sort, on a real estate district that we would capture that number, be more accurate.
For third party, that's good. So basically, it's for businesses or for government entities, their reporting is going to be done like every 10 years for us.
Can I interrupt, please?
Yes.
Usually we try to keep, excuse me, Dr. Tisengo, usually we try to keep presentations to 15 minutes. We've gone about 45 minutes now, we please move on.
There's not a lot of interest in this presentation and.
I think it might be in everyone's best interest if we move on at this point.
Are there any other questions? Any questions from the board members? All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
If we please take a 5-minute break.
Sure, that's a great idea. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
No, I just didn't realize that.
That's great.
The temperature. Like,
Yeah, well, Kyle's the only one that can,
oh.
but he can do it remotely,
Yeah.
so, and he turned off the fans.
Okay.
Agenda, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Approval of the voucher expenses for the month ending June 30th, 2025. $60,000.88. Approval of the interim voucher expenses for the month ending July 30th, 2025. $1,455,392.26. Accept the treasurer's report for the month ending June 30th, 2025, in the amount of $19,376.
Million.
$347,040.16. Approval to ratify the motion. Oh, it's approval regular park board meeting minutes 6/19/25. Approval of the First Lake Soccer Federation tournament request. Approval of the District 155 Predators Hockey Club fundraiser request. Approval of the frozen genome race. Approval of the soul pressure race. And approval of the Earth Day race. Roll call.
Mr. Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Easterson? Yes. Mr. Cable?
Yes.
Mr. Heisler? Yes. Mr. Hickey? Yes. Mr. Fazinga?
Yes. Okay, items removed from the consent agenda. Do you want to tackle that first? So approval to ratify the motion made at the June 19, 2025 regular board meeting, and correct the dates of the board meeting minutes.
I requested that this be removed from the consent agenda because I just firmly want to voice that a hastily made decision without the actual dates written down and provided to the board at a meeting of the whole where we could all take a look at them and then come back and vote at them at a regular board meeting has resulted in having to rediscuss this issue at least 3 times. And we're going to discuss it again later tonight. If we had legal counsel that had us proceed in a way where we had the date in front of us and we could consider it, this would not have happened. Hasty decisions have consequences. Let's take our time and make good decisions going forward. I move to approve ratifying the motion made at the June 19th, 2025 regular board meeting to correct the dates of the board meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Hickey?
Yes, but what do you want to change exactly?
I don't want to change anything.
Oh, okay.
Council approval.
I want to approve at this point.
Okay.
Commissioner Heisler? Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
No, do you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Nessington?
I'm kind of lost to what,
You're just clarifying what your meeting dates are.
okay. And we're clear on the meeting dates?
You're clarifying your meeting date.
Okay.
Can I go back to this again? If we had had information in the packet that told us what the purpose of this was, we would have been better informed and not confused by why it was on the agenda.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Eastonson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cato?
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler?
Yes.
Commissioner Vicky?
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Blazinga?
Yes. I have items for the agenda. Okay, next item is moving to one board meeting a month. So I looked, first of all, the history of this. This body had one board meeting a month until 2023. I can be corrected by the facts if anybody has facts differently, but I've got
Excuse me, we had one board meeting a month?
the Crystal Lake Park District. I've got the last 20 years of agendas right here. And there wasn't a second meeting a month that really whole could start until 2023.
I would like to correct you on that. We had committee meetings.
So I'm speaking right now.
Okay, I thought you said something was correct.
So you don't get this blurred out. I've already gotten back from, our executive director, Herb Sir, so these are correct facts. And telling me about other types of meetings, is, I'm talking about board meetings here. So we've really been able to function very well as a park district with one board meeting a month for years and years and years, and going to two board meetings a month. It's only a very recent development. But I looked around at the other park districts around here. Carpentersville, Lakeland Hills, Woodstock, Schaumburg, Terry, Oak Brook, Plainfield, Glenview, all one park board meeting a month. I had to go all the way to Naperville to find one with two meetings a month. So I don't think this is an unusual thing or a regular thing. I kind of had some conversations and someone said, well, I don't think that the board members can handle it. We just one meeting a month because it takes a year and a half for a board member to really learn how to be a board member. I kind of took offense to that. I thought, you know, if we're going to read our board packets and be interested, we're going to be able to handle doing things at one board meeting a month. I talked to executive director about this, and I think there's a good feeling that we can do one board meeting a month, and we can add a board meeting if we need it. There's going to be certain months where we need two board meetings a month, like when it's time to do the budget and things like that. So I'm advocating for a flexible approach, where we basically have one board meeting a month and two as needed. If it turns out that we're just struggling and can't do it with one board meeting a month, we can always go back to two. So those are my thoughts.
May I have the microphone, please? So the notion that the park district got by with only one board meeting a month is incorrect. We had committees. We had several committees. We had, I think, 4 standing committees, and then we would have ad hoc committees. So the function of a committee is to discuss the business of the board. It is indeed a board meeting. You have to have a quorum to be able to hold a board meeting, and you vote at a committee meeting. So it is indeed a board meeting. So we had more than 2 board meetings a month. We had committee meetings. When I was president, I went and looked at how other park districts were working, and I talked to other board members on other park districts. And I asked, what works best for your board? And the suggestion was made to me that I brought to the board, and that the board voted on, to instead get rid of our standing committees and have one committee of the whole meeting. And that way, every member on the board was fully informed of the decisions that had been previously made in separate committees. So what happened was that the committee of the whole meeting was to discuss things, and we could all really dig in and ask questions and think about things, and then come back to the regular board meeting 2 weeks later and vote on things. So we had an informational gathering meeting, and then we had a board meeting. Your example, Dr. Tsega, of groups that don't have 2 meetings a month, you're not talking about park districts, because Woodstock, for example, doesn't have a park district. I don't know what you were referring to at Woodstock, but it wasn't a park district. So how to figure out the ideal meeting frequency for a group, it's all about finding for a governmental agency, it's all about finding the balance between efficiency and engagement. As a board, it is our legal responsibility to take into consideration effective governance, community engagement, and programming and staff. More frequent meetings allow for increased transparency, which is what we've been hearing a request for loud and clear from the public. If we had been fully transparent about our actions and about our agendas, we would not be having meetings that are gonna go to 11 o'clock at night, I promise you that. We never had this problem before. This is a problem that came into effect with this board. More frequent meetings allow for better community engagements and input. Isn't that what we're here for? Don't we serve the community? We're not here to make it easier on our personal schedules. We're here to serve the community, and increased community meetings allow for better community engagement and input. And most importantly, in my opinion, it allows for informed decision-making as the result of continuous monitoring and learning. We can make swift decisions and decisions that are current and relevant by not stacking things up to wait a whole month before we can get there and talk about anything. Frequent meetings allow for stronger community bonds and more opportunities for dialogue and collaboration. Development and growth as a board and governing body takes months. It takes even longer to grasp and build competency around some of the complex and varied board responsibilities, like the bond issue that we talked about tonight, or taxation. Our own president, Dr. Tsega, has only been to 4 board meetings as a board member, and only one in 2019 as a community member. I can see perhaps I was a novice to board meetings, but he doesn't have a good feel for how the board and the board schedule functions. But being new isn't sufficient justification for change. Would anyone other than Dr. Tsega truly benefit from just 1 meeting a month? The public absolutely would not benefit. And weren't we elected to serve the public? We've been told repeatedly and firmly by the public that our fellow citizens want more transparency and accountability from the board. It's our job to listen to them. I'm in favor of keeping the current board schedule of 2 meetings a month.
Okay.
I would like to second Kathy's motion. I thought it was a motion.
All right, I move to keep the current schedule. I move to not discard one of our meetings and remain at 2 meetings per month.
That's why I seconded your motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
I totally understand, so Kathy, but I'm also willing to try something new. It's okay to be flexible, and if it doesn't work, and so be it. But you can streamline meetings and get more done. And I'm willing to give it a try. Doesn't work, then go back. What we used to.
Does the second meeting add more work for the department folks by having the second meeting or not?
It's preparing for 2 meetings. So yes.
So it does. If it were to change the 1 meeting a month, how soon in advance could we get the packet to do our due diligence to check and could it be as up to 7 to 10 days, or is that a question?
we'd have to sift through that and figure that out for sure. We could probably get it a little bit earlier since it's only 1 month's worth of information. But let me follow up with these guys to figure that out for sure. Because yeah, if we're doing it now and it's once a month and you're getting it on a Thursday, and we meet on Monday. That's a lot to ask.
That's a, yeah,
Okay, I mean, I'm guessing that's your concern, Rich.
that's, yes, it is. I mean, I'm indifferent to this. I'm not for multiple meetings in my life anyway, but, if it's something that would shave some time off for the staff, I'd be in favor of it, but I'm indifferent. I wouldn't even, I would abstain from the vote, so. If there was one. Can I turn this one?
No. I support less meetings with regard to staffing having to take up more time to be at meetings. I support the concept of 1 meeting a month with the absolute stipulation that if there needs to be a meeting in between, that it happen. It comes to light at the end of the previous meeting and a date is set to address in 2 weeks what we're currently needing to address. I think this concept is worth a try. And if it doesn't work, we go back. If it's not meeting the needs of the Park District citizens, then we go back. But we definitely have to be efficient. We don't want to be here until, can't even see without my glasses on, 11 o'clock or whatever the heck it's gonna be. We need to get things done together. And if we could do that 1 meeting a month, great. And again, if we can't, then we're going to meet in 2 weeks.
Mr. Jacobson, did you have a?
I would only say that, if you're trying to plan around your schedule as a person, not knowing whether or not a meeting will be popping up a few days in advance may not be the best thing. I can work around 2 days a month. It's not a problem for me. And I also think that, I think Kathy said it exactly right. Having the public have the option of being able to be here if they need to be here for a committee of a whole meeting. And as we've proven in the last couple of meetings, that you can take action at some of the community of whole meetings.
May I speak again, please?
Well, we've all had our chance.
Right, that's why I'm asking this, because. So part of the problem of having ad hoc, I mean, we're required, I believe by the state to set our meetings at the annual meeting, or maybe it's our board policy. So we've already set them for the year, and I guess we could change them. But when you throw in new meetings, part of our policy states that board members are only required to attend meetings that are set at the beginning of the year. That is part of our policy. And it was part of our policy because we had an attendance issue with certain members not coming to meetings. And they said, well, I didn't know, I couldn't plan for this. So to be standardized, we said that we would set our meetings, and only the meetings set at the beginning of the business year were the meetings that board members were required to attend per our attendance policy. So you're causing more problems by more policies having to be taken into effect. And secondly, you have no guarantee that you're going to have a quorum. And if you have an urgent business need and you have a meeting that board members are not required to attend, and it happens ad hoc, your chances of not getting a quorum go up considerably. I don't think it's responsible. I'm done with this.
Okay, if there's a motion on the table to continue it to the month, roll call.
Commissioner Eastonson?
No.
Commissioner Cahill?
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler?
No.
Commissioner Hickey?
Abstaining from that vote.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kizinga?
No.
Motion to, say, continue to only regular monthly meetings. So, if you want to, for a motion to go to one meeting a month. I think it'd be a motion to continue going with regular monthly meeting schedule, and doing the regular monthly meeting. Yeah, I'll make it.
That was Kathy's original motion. I think.
No, mine was to stay at two.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll make a motion to have once a month board meetings with the stipulation of an additional ad hoc meeting when necessary.
Keith, you're saying that you have only the regular monthly meeting will be your scheduled meeting schedule.
Correct.
Is there a second? So. Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Jacobson,
No.
Commissioner Nesson,
No.
Commissioner Heist. No. Commissioner Taylor.
I am really disappointed that you think you're blowing into a board that you have never attended. You've never been on a government board, and it is your right to throw out everything that has worked for this agency before. It is a shame. It is a downright shame. And Dr. Tsenga, I hope you and your ego come down to earth and work with the public and work with staff.
Commissioner Perry,
What? You have not on a governmental board. A governmental board is different.
I think there's some confusion on with the motion.
Speak up.
Go to the mic.
Hey, I'm addressing the board, I'm not addressing.
No, you
Okay, so the motion on the table is continue with the regular scheduled meeting, but not the committee of the whole meeting. So the regular meetings will still continue every month.
So I don't know why, so I think you took it as in the negative.
No, that's what I meant.
You voted.
Exactly what I meant.
I don't know, you voted no.
It's a microphone.
Bring up the thing, that was open.
Can't hear you.
We're on a new motion now. The motion is to go to a new meeting.
Where did that come about? You're out of order.
What is the vote?
You said no.
Okay, you want to roll call?
But we did the vote for twice a month. And that came back as no.
Right.
So now the motion on the table is to have one meeting a month. In the regular board meeting schedule and to no longer have the committee of the whole meeting.
These you started roll call.
What is the attorney?
Right, we got to say that, yeah.
Can't hear you. It's a call.
Commissioner Cagle,
No.
Commissioner Heisler. Yes. Commissioner Hickey,
I'm still saying.
Commissioner Jacobson,
No.
Commissioner Eastonton,
Yes.
Commissioner Tazinga,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, the next.
Shame.
The next item on the agenda is the ordinance 2526 budget amendment.
I move to approve ordinance 25.26.01, new budget amendment.
I will second that motion.
Okay, any discussion, Commissioner Hickey? No. Commissioner Heisler? Commissioner Nesson said? No. Commissioner Jacobson?
No.
Okay. roll
Did you
call.
ask me? No, you skipped over me. No.
Okay, roll call?
Commissioner Heisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Wait a minute, I thought we just did a roll call.
This is for the.
yeah.
Oh, for the budget, for the budget.
Yeah.
So. Wait a minute.
Budget amendment.
So, I'm not, yes?
There's a motion to approve it.
Yes.
Commissioner Eastonton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Tazinga,
Yeah.
Resolution 25.26.01, section 125, premium only plan.
And make a motion to approve resolution 25.26.01, section 125, premium only plan.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion, Commissioner Hickey?
No.
Commissioner Taylor?
No.
No. Commissioner Nissen said no. Commissioner Jacobson,
No.
roll call.
Commissioner Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Neeson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cable,
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler,
Yes.
and Commissioner Tizinger.
Yes.
Crystal Lake Weir project update. Jason, you want to handle that?
So, part of this process is we need to, receive a permit from the city, and with that also involves having some engineering work done in order to receive that permit. We met with, the city today along with Hay Associates to vet out the permitting process. It seems like it's fairly straightforward. One thing they did inform us is that if it's similar to what we had before, we won't have to provide any modeling, which will knock $7,500 off the cost of the project. Must be removable if there's a flood event. If we did anything to raise the water level, the IDNR would become involved. So the city has made it clear to us that the structure cannot hold back water, but it can be it's basically a debris stream. The cost here we're asking for is an amount not to exceed $30,000. The engineering services came in at $19,850 at the most. Obviously, like you just said, $7,500 will come off of that if we don't have to do the modeling. And the current cost we have on fabricating the weir is a little over $7,900. And because this is an unbudgeted expense that exceeds $5,000, the board's required to approve the project expense.
Discussion.
I was mentioned in the memo, my conversation with the city, didn't get to the requirement for Hay Associates. You guys might want to look at that again. It was just specifications as to what they're, imagine the engineer for that, but is Hay, are they engineers?
Yeah.
Or-
They have an engineering.
They do have an engineer part of it.
Correct.
So Jason, I read through that proposal from Han Associates, and it looked like we didn't need that $4,500 charge from them either, because the city wasn't requiring it. So I don't know if you want to look at that again, maybe I misread it, but we could probably get it quite a bit cheaper than that.
Which $4,500 fee?
That's $4,850 of permitting.
That's the cost of getting the permit from the city and the work to done to prepare the permit.
Oh, the city is charging them $4,500?
Well, there'll be a cost to the city. Although we get a reduction in permits actually, so.
Told us that all we needed was a simple engineering drawings, right?
I don't know about simple.
Commissioner Jake.
I don't know what we're trying to accomplish by installing the weir. I was a beach manager here for 25 years. And I've been here during the times when the weir was here and when it got removed after a big flood. I can tell you that I didn't ever see, even though it restricted the debris, the water was still getting through there no matter what. It had nothing to do with anything other than we just had an unbelievable year of rain. Yes, did it create more work for our staff there? Probably, because we screened out a lot of seaweed that get caught up in the weir. But other than that, if you kept it clear, it wasn't an issue at all. So I just think it's an unnecessary expense. We've had it removed for how many years now, Jason? I mean, it doesn't seem like it has made, and the other thing is that, they just reconstructed that whole spillway area on the other side of the weir. And if you don't have it there, I guess some of that seaweed gets there, but I just don't see how it makes that much of a difference. That's my opinion. Installing. I mean, I think. Yeah.
The cost bothers me. And have we gotten more than one bid other than brass racks?
Not yet. I know Eric's been working on getting some additional quotes for that.
My take is that we continue this discussion. Nail down see if we can get a better quote for the where manufacturing and where the costs from paying associates to be reduced. You know, before we take any action.
I would just echo that. I think that's way too much money that they're charging us for this stuff. And we have to, like, what if somebody else decides Han Associates also has that? So there's other companies that do this, so I think that's too much money to spend. Commissioner Heisler.
Well, I think that the city was going to, was one of the last things. And here the city of Crystal Lake had a project with that overflow. I think there's another phase to it, which would require then rebuilding that. So
in my conversations with the city, I was told that in the 5 to 10 year plan, the weir structure that we have there will be redone. The culvert up is part of replacing the culvert under the road.
they're enlarging or changing.
I'm not sure what the changes are, but I was told that that was part of their 5 to 10 year plan.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we put there could be taken out at that point for
Right.
something else.
So I thought you gentlemen wanted this weir to raise the level of the lake. When at the State of the Lake meeting, I listened to Eric Anderson talking to several people saying, let's just raise the level of the lake. That's what we need to do, raise the level of the lake. And then here we come all of a sudden on June 5th with an urgent need to replace the weir. And I thought it was to raise the level of the lake. And the city just said, we may not raise the level of the lake. So what is the purpose of this project? Why are we doing this? This was absolutely rushed through the board with insufficient discussion and no information to be considered on June 5th. What is the functional expectancy of the weir here? We're looking at about $30,000 and we're finding out from the city that it'll be taken out in 5 to 10 years. Why would we do this? And if we're talking about staff time, here we have looking to save expenses, which are having staff spend more and more hours getting more and more quotes and more time from the beach people to clear it, when we don't have a need for it other than to raise the level of the lake, but now we cannot raise the level of the lake. I think this whole project should just go on hold or disappear. So we have an unclear purpose, an unclear function, and a lifespan that's not justified by the investment to the taxpayer. If you insist on going forward with this, can it be paid for out of the ecology fund? Is that a possibility? Have we asked lakefront property owners, other than you people here, what they think about this? Are they in favor of it? Should we get more citizen input about this? That's my input.
Yeah, I have just a couple of things here. I agree that the initial intent was to raise the lake level. That's not the case whatsoever. That will not take place no matter what. No matter what findings and it's never gonna happen. That's all I need to know. It's never gonna happen. Because the reason that I approached it was because I was hoping that the lake level water would be retained in there.
As structure will not raise the level of the lake.
And this thing just catches sticks and
It's a debris rack.
Okay.
It's debris.
And the big gate behind there is not the weir.
No, so that gate there is used, if there was a maintenance need as water was rushing through there for the city to go in and clean out the culvert, they would shut that gate to keep the water out temporarily. And speaking to the city, they haven't shut that in a long time. In talking with Eric, it's not our property to touch, it's a city thing, and like I said, when I spoke to them, it's never been used.
Yeah, okay. I don't see any reason to move forward. I don't.
Okay, we need to act on this.
Okay, so take a vote.
I move to table moving forward with the weir for an indefinite period of time.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Commissioner.
I have the same opinion as Rich does. I was under the impression that where it would raise the lake level. And if it's not going to be that, doesn't seem to be a great deal. A great flow to it.
So my thoughts on it, why did they want that thing removed ever? If it really didn't get here.
There was a point. He asked why did they want it removed? There was a point, I don't remember how many years ago it was, about 12 years ago, I believe. We had a big rainstorm. And there was a lot of flooding going on the North Shore. And there was a thought that some of the citizens thought that it was actually creating flooding. And because it wasn't letting the water out of the lake fast enough. And so then they just removed it. Our maintenance guys went over there and they just took it off and they put it off to the side and never reinstalled it, I believe.
I think we were asked to remove it by the city.
Right, correct.
But during the flooding, we were asked to remove it by the city so that the South Shore would not be
But I
impacted.
can tell you when the water was going
90%.
through there, it wasn't impeding the progress of the water at all. It was just,
Yeah.
it was getting around and stuff.
Sounds
but
like it wouldn't impede anything, it doesn't really make any sense, the logic that they use, you know, how would that stop the flooding on the other side of the.
I think our maintenance supervisor at the time just said, all right, I'm just gonna get people off my back and just move it. And that's what happened. And then ever since it's been moved, as far as I can tell, it's really hadn't made a difference.
Well, I think the amount of debris that was collecting on it,
It was
because of
quite-
that volume of water that was flowing through, is what was
And it was
causing
like
the.
piling up way over into that shallow area.
So it was pulled and at that point, the city said, pull it and don't put it back on, and that's where we're at today.
And so right now, Jason showed me a picture of it, and it does, the water doesn't even make it up to that
Not right
area,
now.
doesn't even make it up to go out.
But
No matter how-
if the lake level was higher, it would.
Yeah.
That's because of the drought.
Yeah. We've had droughts that are far more severe than
Commissioner
I don't think that now.
Commissioner Taylor,
No, thank you.
Commissioner Henry. Okay, so the motion is to table it
Indefinitely.
indefinitely. Roll call.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Easton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkie,
Yes.
Commissioner Tizinga.
Yes. Illinois Attorney General Open Meeting Act request for review.
Yeah, I have the, turn the mic on. Dr. Tisenga, we have in our packet a letter from the Office of the Attorney General dated June 26th. Can I ask, what did you do upon receiving this email?
I forwarded it to Jason.
Jason, did you share it with the board?
I can't remember, honestly.
You did not. Why did you not share it with the board?
I don't know.
Have there been other letters sent to you, Dr. Tisenga, as the official representative of the Crystal Lake Park District Board from the Office of the Attorney General?
Yes.
How come these have not been shared with the board?
I stopped sending any emails, so I just go by paper now, so here you go.
No, it is as legal representative people, we as a board, we need to know what is going on. We need to understand what the public is finding problems with, and we need to know what the Office of the Attorney General is saying. Dr. Tisenga, it is required that you turn these over in their written form to the executive director immediately. Do you have a copy for every member of the board? Dr. Tisenga, I'm asking you, do you have a copy for every member of the board of every letter?
I believe so.
Why were these not shared in our board packets?
I think that you had the first one shared in the board pack.
That is one of 5 or one of 6.
Well, so they all said the same thing.
No, they did not.
You were vindicated 5 times
5 people came, made false representations of what happened, and the Attorney General disagreed with all the fake news that's been generated.
Then show it,
Don't make it true.
then show it.
Then read them. You can, I'm gonna give all these to the paper, and I'm hoping that the North.
Excuse me, I have the floor still, excuse me. So I'm shocked and horrified that this letter from the Office of the Attorney General, the first one, was only discovered through a citizen's FOIA. There was no effort made by you as our official representative to disclose this. This is incredibly important information, and getting into the board in a timely fashion is required if you desire to serve as the president of the organization. If you don't want to be the president, that's okay, but you have to share what affects the organization.
You need better legal counsel, because you're not getting it.
No, it goes to Greg.
legal counsel?
Okay, so our citizens are questioning the questioning, they're questioning, are the meetings going correctly? They're not placing false accusations. They're going to the Office of the Attorney General and asking, is this correct? There's nothing false or undue or accusatory of asking, is this correct? That is all they did. We need to do better as a board. We need to understand that we got valuable information back from the Office of the Attorney General that can help inform how we improve as a board. The Office of the Attorney General, in just the one letter that I've seen, pointed out something we can do. We can better inform the public by providing clear indication on the agendas of our expected course of action with each agenda item, including whether an item is planned, an item is planned to discuss may be up for final action at the meeting. How is it not fair to the public to indicate this? They said that they gave the example of adding first read to things that were up for discussion only. Is that too much to ask? Does that tie us down? Doesn't that better communicate to the public? I think this is an incredibly good takeaway. And don't we always want to do better as a board? Don't we want to do the best job we can? Don't we want to act in complete trust and transparency? Don't we have high ethics? I think we do. The public is demanding transparency. This is a simple way to achieve that. So I'm going to make a motion. I move to direct Dr. Tsenga, the president of the board, to turn over any and all communications from the Office of the Attorney General to the executive director in written form within 36 hours of receiving them. Yes. And I move to have the executive director disseminate these to the board members immediately.
Okay. I'm going to second Kathy's motion.
Okay, discussion. Commissioner Heisler. No, Commissioner Nissenson. No. Commissioner Jacobson.
I don't have any comment.
So my only comments are, actually, this is the most transparent and the most vindicated and the most tested board right now.
Such a liar.
We are the most tested board.
You're lying. You're lying.
And I have five different attorney general evaluations of what we did as the board.
And Sharon.
And so what we found is that actually you can vote on discussion items. You can't. So just because you think something's true doesn't make it true. You have to find out if it's legal or not. So you can vote at committee of the whole. Yes, you can. Now, if you read through these, I'm gonna give these to the newspaper, I'm giving them to everybody. If you read through them, you'll see that committee of the whole is not a recognized term by the attorney general. They don't even recognize, it's a fake name, it's a made up name. So we're learning, and so I'm very happy, and I meant it when I said it. I'm very happy that we've been tested by fire and that we came out on the other side.
And share the information, put hardware in it.
So just so you know, I'm very happy.
Repeat the motion.
Yes.
The motion was to disseminate any correspondence from the AG's office within 36 hours of receipt by the president.
To be elated. Why 36 hours?
Well, because we don't get our board email on our phones, we don't get them on our personal computers, you have to open up the laptop and log into your park district mail, and it's not something we tend to do every day. And let's be human, let's give him at least a day and a half to check his emails, because I don't check it every 8 hours. I mean, I think it's reasonable to allow some time to notice.
It gives time for our director to just send us a message and say, can you please check your email?
Like, would you pay attention after the 8th message?
Well, I mean, but I mean, at least, you know, within the next 36 hours.
It'll be a long 4 years for you guys. We'll be here every time.
Yes.
Well, 4 years.
Mr. Neeson.
Yes.
Mr. Cato.
Yes.
Mr. Heisler.
Yes.
Mr. Hickey.
Yes.
Mr. Jacobson.
Yes.
Mr. Kazinga.
I'm abstaining. But just so you know, when the vote that is uncontested.
Can't hear you, can't hear you. Turn it on. The light.
That's fine. President's message. The president's.
Still can't hear you.
The batteries are
You should sit over to the crowd. I can read it out loud.
Because of the evil hands.
So I put this item on the agenda, so I will open discussion about this. The proposed message from the president was discovered solely from a citizen FOIA. It was never shared with the board, it was never discussed with the board, and for all practical purposes, it was hidden from the board. It does not reflect the intent of the board, because we were never given the opportunity to review and participate and discuss and agree. The publication known as the Park Report that this message was intended to be part of was first published in 2019. The purpose of the Park Report was to provide our citizens with information about our financial reporting, highlight projects and programming, and to reinforce a positive presence for the Park District. We, at the board, had talked about how we liked the city's newsletter and we liked the library newsletter, and we thought it would be a good thing for us to put out something similar like this to build a rapport and communicate with the citizens. The content that Dr. Tusenga is choosing to try to get in is solely Dr. Tusenga's work. It reads like an opinion piece. It is not a marketing piece. I went through every park report since we started in 2019. I looked at the park reports and I looked at the popular financial report. Is that what it was called? And in general, the popular financial report had a message from the president, and those were always written by marketing. And as the president, you were given the option of editing or tweaking it a little bit, but it was basically a nice, thank you for your support. Thank you. We are so proud to serve you. look, we're doing a good job, sort of a message. The rest of the park reports generally don't have presidents and messages from the president. And they've never been a soapbox piece. They've been a piece whether it's a message from the executive director, which it usually is, or a message from the president, it is a public relations forum. It is to build a rapport with the public. The message that we discovered, thanks to a citizen FOIA, is inflammatory. Do you like paying all those taxes? Look, we're not doing a really good job. Why don't you tell us you don't like paying taxes? This is an opinion piece. This does not belong in a park report. And as a board, perhaps it's time that we discuss what we want the park report president's message to be. Maybe we should talk about how it's formulated and is it on target? And does it reflect, we are peers, we are 7 peers. The president is peer to 6 of us. The president's only superior power is to run this meeting. Nothing else is extended to a president on a government board. We are peers. You are first among peers, but you do not speak for the board ever. I was told this message is alarming, and the night is late, and we're all tired. I propose putting this message on hold and coming back at another meeting where we can discuss as peers what we think a presidential message should be. And what the tone should be, what the size should be. I'm not proposing, Fred put this together, notice he's printing on color. Jason, did you copy these and collate them? Did somebody on staff do this?
I don't believe so.
Well, thank goodness for that. But really and truly, this has nothing to do with what I wanted to talk about. Fred, you want to come and be right, but you don't want to come and discuss as a board how we make decisions, how we represent ourselves, and how we communicate with the public. This is what I'm asking. Let's put it on hold and come back another night and talk about this.
Are you done?
Maybe we do. I mean, we used to have conversations at the board where we could go back and forth.
Well, but for usually if I start, you say I'm not done yet, so I was gonna start talking, but only if you're finished.
All right, at the moment I'm finished, I would like the right to come back and ask questions.
Very good. So this was never a board message. This was a president's message. This is never meant to be speaking for the board. This is a president's message alone. Over the years, the note from the board that keeps getting written by different people, they acknowledge that they're speaking for the board and for all the staff. This is a president's message. So I'm going to read the president's message to start with. Okay, because everybody's been hearing about how diabolic and terrible it is. So we should just hear it. Okay. So, dear Park District taxpayer, thank you. Thank you for supporting the Crystal Lake Park District with your payment of real estate taxes, which have increased 21% from 2012 to 2022, from 6.5 million to 7.8 million. There's nothing non-factual here. It's not funny. This is just.
It is funny.
It's an opinion.
The president, it's funny. It's not an opinion to state facts. It's a fact. In 2012, your property tax payments funded 59.2% of our budget. By 2022, this grew to 63.8% of our budget. During the same time period, program revenues or fees paid by Park District users decreased from 39.4% to 34%. The trend is clear. You are carrying more of the fixed cost of our park district while variable users pay less. Many of these program users do not live within the park district, so they don't contribute to the growing proportion of property taxes that fund these programs. We need to evaluate if you would like to see this trend continue. Do you participate in our programs, or are you just paying bills for those that do? In the same time frame from 2012 to 2022, total salaries and wages paid by the Park District to staff our programs increased from 4.7 million to 5.2 million. Are we getting value for this increased spending on personnel? As you enjoy your summer at our beaches, baseball parks, soccer fields, mini golf ranges, frisbee golf courses, and walking trails, your park district is getting ready for budget season. The budget is a symbolic reflection of policy choices which come back to you when you must pay your property taxes as a condition of keeping your house. Please let us know if you would like our park district tax levy to increase the tax burden on you, or if you would like us to prioritize our budget decisions to flatline or even decrease the hit we take against your home. We know it's all a matter of striking the right balance with you, the taxpayer, as our priority. We are committed to delivering the best recreational opportunities available within your family budget. Have a great summer. So that's the presentation. So then I looked at the other board presentations that have been given. So here's a note from the board, December 2019. This was authored by Jason Herbster, and he pointed out that the board had just passed a revised ordinance that formally permitted piers on Crystal Lake. So that's a misleading comment. It didn't permit piers on Crystal Lake. People on Crystal Lake have the right to have piers. So nobody fact checked this. Nobody approved it. I've got 20 years of agendas. No, he didn't go to say, can I write this? He went on to say the Lake Ecology Committee is functions for lake use, safety, and ecology. Not true. The Lake Ecology Committee is for, or the Lake Committee is only for ecology, not for use and not for safety. So those are two incorrect statements. Then he talks about the fact that recent attitude and interest surveys indicate that most residents express significant concerns about increased tax expenditures. Okay, so people are worried about that. In the June 2020 note, again, one from the park board, it says, on behalf, I think Herbster wrote this one too, on behalf of the entire park district board and staff. Now, did anybody approve this message? He talked about June 2020, 2020, executive orders carry the force of law and must be followed by the district. He said that. Now, is that a true statement really? Do we know that that's not really true? Because it's not following them anymore. So he went back, and did he get board approval? No. So there's no precedent for board approval for any of these messages. February 2021, a note from the park board. Again, it's titled A Note from the Park Board. On behalf of the Park District staff and Board of Commissioners. Was there any board approval for that? No. Was it brought to the board? Was it on the agenda? No. So concerns for the board to review. First of all, June 2021 public statement. Again, I think this was Herbster's. He said a claim was made that the Park District funding consisted of 50% taxes and 50% user fees. And I think that this requires immediate clarification. We looked back through it. We looked based on the published CAFR, user fees have never exceeded 39.4% of the total revenue in recent years, especially between 2012 and 2024, directly contradicting the 50% user fee claim. So we're talking about actually putting falsehoods in these letters and sending them out. They're never fact checked. Nobody does anything about it, doesn't go to the board, nobody approves it, and we just let this false stuff get published.
You're on a mic phone.
So, park board tax communication, this is a good one, 2021 to 22 popular annual financial report. And this was actually, it says, we work hard to ensure your valuable tax dollars are used to achieve the best programs and park system we can, while being respectful and realistic about the financial burden of taxpayers. Okay, did you hear that? So this statement is from Kathy Cagle. She wrote this. I actually kind of like that statement. Did she receive proper board approval before releasing this message? And it also seems like it's okay to talk about taxes in these messages, because she sure does right here.
I didn't know she did give you.
Section 4. Well, it's not in any of the board agendas. Here, I got 20 years of them right here. Come and look at them.
We will have every single.
Full transparency.
We will. We're gonna look at. We will.
Board covenant structure, section 4.2 was brought up. So section 4.2 basically says, clearly defines the board function through majority action with the executive director implementing the board decisions. As board president, I acknowledge that I'm not speaking for the entire board. unless I'm specifically authorized in some situation, but I'm not speaking for the board. Historical policy, to my knowledge, this governance policy has never previously been invoked to restrict or silence communication from the board members or the board president. The policy is now being inappropriately applied to suppress and obfuscate legitimate presidential communications representing a departure from established precedent. So, number one, in 20 years, no president's message has required approval. This is a presidential communication, not a board directive. No precedent for scrutiny has ever been set up. Previous messages weren't approved. They were never approved. And there were some false ones that went out. Residents' interest in transparency. Residents deserve to know the tax implications of what's happening. Is the park district hiding something? They initially disputed the figures. Now we've actually brought someone in to explain the figures. I mean, I am taking the time to back up what I write and very clearly explain it. And it's pretty hard stuff to understand. I admit that. But do the residents want the truth or do they not want the truth? If you don't want the truth, that's like going to the doctor when you're sick and you just want to tell you you're not sick. And that doesn't really help you that much. No issues arose when Herbster's June 2021 message misled everyone when he claimed taxes and user fees were split 50-50. They have never been split 50-50. To write that as a false statement.
Not really support your president.
For accountability, I want to prioritize transparency, facts, efficiency, and open dialogue in our community.
That's why.
So those are my thoughts.
The number of board meetings is.
Any other comments? Commissioner Nissenson? Commissioner Jacobson?
I don't have any comments.
May I come on? I'd like to come back. First of all, are you familiar with public relations and marketing?
No, he's a doctor.
This is a marketing piece. This is a marketing piece to maintain and inform good relations with our public. It is not a public personal opinion piece by anyone to rip the park district. And you do not speak for the board. As a president, you do not have an independent voice. We are peers, Fred. I don't understand how you do not get this. I do not understand the basic thing. Let me ask you a simple question. Are you proud of the park district?
Yes, I'm proud of the park district.
Do you love the park district?
Okay, now your questions are becoming silly.
Answer. How do you love the park district? How do you interact with the park district?
You love notebook. That's what he wants.
I'm currently on the board of the park district.
Right, and I think you came onto the park district because you've had a grudge since the age of, what were you, 24 when you caused destruction on the lake and I think you were convicted at that point of writing on the buoys. I think you've been bearing a grudge against the park district from that point in your life. And I think this letter here is bearing that out. I don't think you have a point of pride in your body about what the park district does. And making your false accusations against Jason in this meeting was horrible.
Yes.
It is absolutely so disrespectful. I am not done. Resign tonight. I am not done.
We want your resignation tonight.
I think we would all be better off with you not in the presidential seat. I don't think you served the park district. I think you served Dr. Tusenga. I don't think you served the park district.
Yeah.
And I would really prefer you not to be in the presidential seat.
Yes. All the community support that, the community.
I think the letter that you have written, for some reason, your ego just won't grasp the fact that our marketing piece is not your personal voice.
Right.
And the fact that we didn't have board approval, I'm not asking for board approval. I'm saying we're off topic here. Let's, as a board, peer to peer, discuss what the purpose of this message is. Because you are like We're going way off kilter, way off kilter. And it does not represent the park district. It does not represent the board.
How many?
And I would like to think you can see it in yourself that perhaps this isn't the right thing for us.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm done, thank you.
Next topic.
No, I think there wasn't there a motion on the table? All right, I move to table the presidential message until we as a board can discuss it and come to an agreement about what the purpose of this message is and how to move forward. And frequency, there's only been maybe one, maybe for certain one, but possibly two presidential messages within a 24-hour calendar, 12-month period, not one every issue. So I think there's several things to agree on. I'd like a lot of it to be, we can agree on the purpose, the frequency, and the content.
Community wants to work
I
together.
would second that.
You should work together.
Okay, discussion,
Check your email.
Mr. James.
I will. Say yes.
He seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't need to say anything right now.
Okay, we just figured out this.
I don't need to say anything right now. I'm ready for a vote.
The issue here is there's no precedent of this ever. A president's message or a board's message ever being approved by the board.
No.
And because Kathy, you don't like the message that he's written. And you wanna essentially censor him.
No, that's not. That's not. That's not even.
You, okay. I don't think it's up the board's place. To. Stop this. I mean, it's never been done before. And the message frankly isn't off base. It's not a terrible message. It's just asking questions.
It's not.
It doesn't even use our audited numbers.
There's two sets of numbers here, which we went through with Statisnostics earlier.
Right, but we as an organization have audited and awarded numbers. Why in the world would you use a different number? As a financial professional, don't you look for
Transparency.
information? Don't you look for
Transparency. That's why. Transparency. I'm done. Matt.
Snow Street.
Yeah.
The fourth.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
Hear you.
Which is what? No, there's only one.
There's three a year and then one annual report.
So there, let me just clarify that, there's 3 program brochures which we can or don't have to have a president's message or a message in there. And then we've got the 4 newsletters, 2 newsletters and a annual financial report, so a total of 6 publications.
But we've never had presidential messages in the program.
Very rarely,
I don't remember ever seeing it.
probably been a long time.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. What was your motion? Can you read the motion?
Motion is to table the president's message until further discussion can take place.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Commissioner Cagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler,
No.
Commissioner Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Neeson,
No.
Commissioner Tazinga.
No.
Motion is not.
Did the motion carry or not carry?
Did not carry. What was the letter from the city of Crystal Lake review?
Yes, I asked for this to be put on the agenda. This letter exemplifies what good governance is. It is the city saying we are concerned about what's going on at the park district. I think everyone is here because they're concerned with what's going on at the park district.
Yes.
Yes, so we have. I think we put ourselves in a vulnerable position. We're behaving in a way where the city of Crystal Lake has to write a letter to us and say, we're concerned.
The city of Cary came too. Didn't the park district come Cary? Didn't he come and say, or was it Vernon Hills?
Yeah, but she's-
Yeah, this is within the bounds of the park district, so that has more different, a different set of ramifications. So for many years, the city and the park district have worked collaboratively for the benefit of the public. We are proud of the park district's role in improving the lives of Crystal Lake residents through incredible facilities, open spaces, and programming. However, based on recent park district public meetings, we are concerned that the park board actions could reverse longstanding efforts and undermine the community's trust in the future direction of the park district. This is a wake-up call. This is serious stuff, people. This isn't a we like you, you like us thing. We should take this to heart.
Yes.
We were confused and surprised by the park district board action. That the park district board took actions to withdraw from the IGA agreement without even consulting the city. The city asked that the park district explain the rationale for this recent action and outline the plans regarding the funding of lake ecology activities in the future. In addition, please provide us clarity as to future plans regarding boat decal stickers and gate key sales. We're concerned that the recent park district board's lack of communication threatens the collaborative and constructive relationship that has developed over many years between the city and the park district. I'm worried. You know, we're not an island. We depend on the city. We work with the city. We serve the same residents. Are you not worried? Does this not concern you? Fred?
Oh, no, I'm not worried. We had a meeting with Heidi and went over a lot of that, so I think that we're working through it.
Okay, but that was not brought to the board.
It just happened.
Right, so tell us what happened.
Eric, want to handle that?
And why weren't we informed until you just brought it up?
I was saying, you talk.
That's not to you.
What do you talk to us about?
Pardon?
Turn it over to the legal counsel, he doesn't know.
He was at the meeting.
Yeah, he does. What's the president addressing?
Yeah, Fred, why don't you address it for us, please? You're in charge.
I'll be happy to.
No, let's have Fred address it, please.
So I'm in charge and I'm speaking through our park district lawyer right now, so go ahead, Eric.
Useless.
Eric, you're gonna need the microphone because no one can hear you.
We met with, Erie?
Yeah.
Yeah, we met with, Heidi, the village, our city manager, and Jason came late. And talked about,
Oh.
Can you not hear me?
Oh,
Yeah, they talked about the intergovernmental agreement to collect funds and to issue stickers and bouquets at the same place, which we've done for the last couple of years. And how that we might be able to work through that and why the park district wanted to get out of that IBA. And the reason for that was that the park district asserting that it could be part of this intergovernmental agreement was the park district asserting that the lake is just a park, right? And that if you're a lakefront property owner, for instance, you put your pier in the lake, only at the pleasure of the park district. And so that issue has been going on for years. We talked about the lake wars and how can it's been so good for the past 30 years. How can we make sure that that continues? Right? And so there's a way to do it. I don't think it has to be done because I think the rights are really clear. And that's why whenever these lake wars.
Yeah, private opinion.
I do know this issue quite well. If you guys want to listen to it, I don't have to discuss it.
Elect you.
Well, it's
From the president.
So, but you want them to speak. So Yeah, thank you. So there was some goofy things that happened for years, like the buoys down the middle of the lake. And that was at the core of proper use of police power. So the village and the city have complete power over the lake because they have police powers in general jurisdiction. Whereas the park district only has it if it says that's a park, right? So we don't need the park district to be in that agreement, and it kind of confuses things, right? So in that instance where the buoys were down the lake, the reason that that was so silly was because it didn't make the lake any safer, right? So if the city wants to be involved and actually uses police powers appropriately, which I think it would, in the village, they've already said that they would do it. We don't have to worry about these lake wars. And the park district can get out of that. And if that were to work again, I don't think we have to have that. And because the lakefront property owners, which includes myself and CCFUA and everybody, our rights are clear. That's why whenever these lake wars come up, it's a loser in a sense for the park district because the rights, these riparian rights, are really clear. We don't need it, but to be part of this IGA makes it appear that this is just a park. Now it's going to be open for reasonable use of the park district because the park district is a lakefront property owner. So nothing's going to change. It's just there's a way to get rid of these lake wars if you want to, and then collect all the funds here. But that's going to take the city getting involved and saying, hey, we're not going to put up with this dysfunction anymore. We're going to regulate the lake as we should, because we have that general jurisdiction. We don't need the park district to confuse things. And so there is a way out of this. There's a way that we can issue the stickers and the boat keys at the same place, but the cost is too much. It's a property fight, and that's just not going to go well. If there's a way, and there is a way to resolve this, but it takes thought, and it doesn't take people just screaming about things they don't know anything about. So you're gonna have to, if you want it to be resolved, you're gonna have to be thoughtful about it, and you can get it resolved. I personally don't think it's worth it in seeing the fight that goes on here about nothing, right? So anyway, that's a little personal comment, just that. But anyway, that was in the discussion.
So how are we gonna respond to this letter?
Well, I think that we've already responded.
No, you've responded, the board has not responded. I would like to see a written response that the board reviews to take a position and then we send to the city.
Want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that at the next meeting, the board review, the board create and agree on a written response to the questions posed in this letter from the city.
Do you want me to write it and then you guys can approve it or change it at the next meeting? I mean, we have to start with something. Do you want me to take that as an initiative or do you want somebody else to?
I'd like Jason Herbster to write it, please.
So there's a motion that we respond next month to Hyde and then Jason Herbster is going to write something and then we're going to approve it at the next meeting. Is that correct?
Review and approve.
Review and approve. Yes, that's correct.
Correct, that is correct.
You're gonna consider it.
Yeah, consider it. Yeah, well, review and consider
No,
it.
my motion wasn't to consider, that was not my motion.
Well, you can't make a motion that we're gonna approve it at the next meeting. We don't know if we're gonna approve it, but we probably would, but. just-
Okay, we review it for approval, how about that?
Yeah,
I would second that motion.
any discussion? Let's have a roll call.
The motion to have the executive director write a response to the city for review and approval.
And possible approval at the next meeting.
Responses to official letters from the city need to come officially from the board. It's just, that's how we operate.
Is anybody opposed to do it like that? Anybody opposed? Case unanimous. Rescheduling the September 15th board meeting.
I ask that this be put on the agenda because the new schedule that board meeting schedule that was put through so quickly failed to ask staff what possible problems there could have. We need to consider schedule changes before they happen. There are two conferences that staff and board are always invited to attend and participate in. The most important is the one in state, the IAPD, the Illinois Association of Park Districts Convention that happens in January. The national convention happens in September. With our board meeting on a Monday, it prevents staff from being staff or board from being able to meaningfully participate in that convention. So I would like to propose that we move the January 15th meeting to, we move the September 15th meeting to September 22nd to allow participation at the national convention.
Okay, so a couple things. Were you done?
I'm done.
Okay. So the change of date is an interesting thing. When the board members miss, they miss, they don't change the date. And who's actually going to this? There's one person from the park district that's planning to go right now, one. And I think you have the name, right? And that's it, one person. Kathy is thinking about going and Jason's thinking about going. But I don't know if that is enough to change the whole board meeting. Like if I had a trip planned or something, I don't think that we would change the meeting for me. The other thing is there's alternatives. They can Zoom to the meeting. They miss the meeting, they can Zoom it. You know, that'll definitely be authorized. So what's going on that night? So I looked at the agenda for the NRPA meeting. For the first night, 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. is a welcome reception going on. So you hang out, have something to drink.
Let's not get into the meetings.
No, I'm gonna go over this because I took the time to look at the whole meeting. So that easily could be time where you can be on a Zoom call if you're at the meeting and you really wanna, be at this. The next thing is, you can do this whole thing locally. So Illinois has got the most park districts. I think there's only 2 other states that have more park districts than we do. We are flush with information about park districts. If you want to get educated about park districts, you can go do it right here in Illinois. Illinois has multiple continuing education offerings. Additionally, this whole entire NPRA conference is available virtually. So there are 30 20-minute sessions you can do. They're available all the way to November 15th of 2025. So no one's trying to stop this one person from getting their education because you can definitely do it virtually also. All of us can do it virtually. So those are my thoughts on changing it. Additionally, it probably doesn't matter because we're going to have one meeting in September. We could just cancel that meeting and you can go.
I think at the heart of the matter, Dr. Tsenga, is that not moving the meeting is disrespectful to staff. Staff counts on and benefits from continuing education. And at a previous meeting with this board, we all affirmed that we believed in continuing education. And we affirmed that we believe in continuing education in person. You do not know what the random conversation while waiting in the always way too long line for coffee will lead to. You do not know. I remember being in Baltimore and talking with a lawyer from Washington, D.C. about our park boards issue and her telling me, oh, I have a friend who's an expert at that. And let me tell you, just today I was wishing I still had that business card. But you just don't know. You cannot foretell the benefits of that in-person interaction. But the most important thing is respecting staff, empowering staff and saying, we see you, we appreciate you, and we want you to be able to participate in high-quality educational events. And that's what moving the state would do.
Does this person that's going even make any comments ever at these meetings? Would it?
No, staff members don't make comments, only the executive director makes comments.
Definitely.
When we invite them to. And why would you
So-
put that person on the
So
spot?
are you proposing moving the meeting for one of the staff people?
No, I'm proposing moving the meeting as a. It's a really good sign of respect for staff. And for giving them the freedom to decide whether or not they're gonna go to this, but we allow them to make that decision by moving the date.
Okay, so the board hasn't done something like this since 2014. Are there any other
Hasn't done something like what?
change the date to go to the NRPA?
That's because we always knew when,
Yeah.
when we set our annual dates, because we had knowledge when those annual dates were, we could look ahead at a calendar and anticipate conflicts, but when you throw new schedules together in one meeting without the chance to review, this is what happened.
I don't think this is a crisis, but.
No, I don't, but I think,
Why don't we just have?
Fred, what harm is there in moving the meeting date 1 week back?
There's, the harm is that it just sets a precedent that we're gonna be moving our meetings for different things, for different people that work here. One person's gonna be gone.
Fred, we're not petty. We are not petty. We are professional. We are a professional board and professional staff. We are not petty.
I didn't say anybody was petty.
Yeah, but you're acting.
You're saying we're all arguing right now.
No. So. Can we go to a vote, please?
Please. Make your motion.
I did. I move to
Okay,
move.
I thought I seconded it, but
Yeah, I move to reschedule the September 15th, 2025 board meeting to September 22nd, 2025.
seconded it, and then it went to discussion, and now it's time to vote.
Roll call.
Commissioner Hickey,
Yes, I'm fine moving.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Eastmanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Heisler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeZemian.
Yes. Reports of the board.
Eric, you have anything?
Just one thing, when I was looking through the minutes, I noticed that there was a lot of comment. And I noticed the comment about me and what I thought my experience was inaccurate from my recollection. And so I thought I would present what is the Open Meetings Act requires and then kind of what is, the general rule. So the Open Meetings Act requires the Park District keep minutes that include a summary of the discussion of all matters proposed, deliberated, or decided. So that's all you have to. As a general rule, board meetings should concisely and objectively capture key decisions, actions, and discussions. Right, so they have discussions kind of as a general rule. But essential elements are date, time, location, attendees, motion made, votes, and action item. Unnecessary detail and personal opinions should be avoided. So I noticed that the minutes were full of opinions and kind of unnecessary detail at least, right? So those are just my thoughts, but they're your minutes. I'm just giving you what the Open Meetings Act requires and what's the general rule.
I've got one thing to. I'm going to pass it down. So I sent this out to the board members that it applied to. Eric asked that we talk about it at the meeting tonight. It's a FOIA request. The three things I need assistance and direction on are items 1, 2, and 15. Particularly, it's saying that an affidavit is needed to respond to those items, items 1 and 2. So I'll need assistance from Eric to.
Well, no, I don't. What I wanted to say about that was, with the FOIA request, you have to make a reasonable search and respond honestly. And if you've done that, there's nothing in here that you need to do. And there's some vague allegation as to an affidavit, but those affidavits are way down the road if a lawsuit is filed. And if a lawsuit's filed, you'll present, there's a long way to go before that in the proceedings. But you would present an affidavit that you did exactly as I hope everybody did. I know I did. And then the case would be dismissed. So there's nothing you have to do here.
Again, the comment that you need to give an affidavit at this point is, I'll call it vague, because I don't want to call it misleading. But I would not do that. I would not do anything other than make sure that you, when you respond, you do a full search and you respond honestly. And that's it. Supposing you've done that, there's nothing else you have to do at this point.
Right, thank you. Any questions?
Did you say you agree? Jason? So-
Directed from our legal counsel on this, because I haven't.
Okay, but as a board, when the public is asking us to be fully transparent and communicate with them, our legal counsel is saying do the minimum and let it roll until it goes to a legal filing, a court case.
I'm saying that you've been misled and nobody would tell you to do that as a legal opinion at this point.
Read the case.
I did.
Yeah, read it again.
I disagree. I think you've tried to mislead these people.
Is there anything wrong with giving Attorney Bruni what he's asking for now, even if we, in your opinion, we don't have to? Is there anything wrong with it?
Absolutely.
What?
Procedurally, this is contentious. And if it's gonna be litigated, which it appears it might be, you would never do that at this point.
I'm serious question, why?
It would disadvantage you, and you don't always win a case that you deserve to win. So if you want to act to your disadvantage of the park district, then do it.
Don't we want to be fully transparent? And if they're asking
You
for
need to be
information-
fully transparent. You need to answer the FOIA request, do a full search and be honest. That's your duty at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I've got nothing else, thank you. Tina, anything?
Just that the auditor sent a packet to the commissioners that were during the audit period. And if you haven't responded to that, please do so. But other than that, what's in my report, if there's any questions?
Nothing else for tonight.
Nothing other than the board report.
Nothing tonight. Amy?
Nothing else? Thank you. Do we have a opening date for Liquid Metal Tech? No, we do not. Eek.
We'll be running testing and we'll work on potential site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sure. I'm looking to executive session.
Madam Chair, you go ahead. You can do the board.
It matters to the board.
I would like to thank the public for coming. Your input matters, whether you agree with us or you disagree with us. You have the right to be here and we have the responsibility to listen to what you have to say. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you too as well.
I'm done.
Is there a motion to move into executive session?
But for what? What for what?
There's two items.
Right, but we have to read the exact letter.
For personnel and land acquisition,
So what are those letters?
A and C.
No, it's two C and 2C5. You have to 2C1 and 2C5. I know, but he hasn't been around for many executive sessions. So I moved to go into executive session for reasons 2C1 and 2C5.
I'll second.
Anybody opposed? Michael?
Yes, I forget.
Yes. Fred? Yes. Jason? Kathy?
Yes.
Richard?
Fred? Yeah.
And Richard?
Motion passes?
Yes.